Hi, my name is Muhammad Zishan and you are watching CodeWithZeeshu. Today we are diving into Node.js and Express.js. So let's explore what we will be learning in this comprehensive tutorial series. Topics which we will cover in this comprehensive tutorial includes installation of Node and npm, and then we will introduce Node.js, and then we will see what is file system in Node.js, and then introduction to Express.js, and then we will explore middlewares, and then we will see that how can we connect our backend code with our database, and we will use MongoDB. Okay, so after this we will see CRUD operation and REST API, and then we will move to our advanced routing, and then we will have a final project which is a MERN stack project. After this we will see that how to upload our code to GitHub, and then we will deploy our final project which is a MERN stack project, or you can call it a full stack application. And then in the end we will have some recommendations and conclusion. So this is our final MERN stack project. In this project we are going to implement the following functionalities, which include authentication, securing password by hashing them, introducing JWT tokens and its implementation, connecting frontend with backend, uploading code to GitHub, deployment on Render and Netlify. So let's start our tutorial. Okay guys, I have come to my computer screen, and you can also open your browser, and the most important step is to set up the environment. So we need to install some things like Node.js and VS Code. So let's install them. Node.js, just search it and open the first URL. Here you can download Node.js LTS version, long-term support. Okay, so I have already downloaded it, and I will show you that how you can install it. Okay, so download it, and after when you download it, just download one other thing which is VS Code. I hope you have already downloaded it and you have installed it in your system, so I'm not going to show it to you. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that how you can install Node.js in your system. Okay, so let's install it. It says that please wait while the setup wizard prepares to guide you through the installation. Okay, so it takes some time, like 1 minute or maybe 30 seconds. Okay, so migrating features states from related applications. Now it says press next. Okay, so next, and just check it and press next button, and again press next, again next, and don't check it. Okay, it will install chocolatey and we don't need it. Okay, so don't check it, and next. Okay, install. Now Node.js installation has been started in your system, so you can wait for it like 1 to 2 minutes or maximum 4 to 5 minutes. Okay, so you can wait for this. After this, come to your folder. This is your empty folder where you don't have anything. Okay, so here we will start our development. Before this, I want to confirm that my Node.js is installed in my system. Okay, so this is the most important thing. So let's wait for this one, and I am going to stop the video because I think it may take some time, but maybe it won't take some time. So let's wait for this one. I hope it completes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay. Wait for it. Wait. Updating component registration. Okay, so when you install Node.js in your system, it installed one other dependency in your system, which is npm, and I am going to show you that how it is installed in your system, and we have to verify it, because without npm you won't be able to create your first Node.js project or the environment, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so I hope it installs soon, and okay, generating script, copying new files. Okay, updating component registration. It is taking too much time. It was not expected, but what we can do. Okay, just wait for it. Wait. Oh, wait. What are you doing, Node.js? What are you doing? Okay, so it has been installed in my system. Just finish it. Okay, Now open your cmd, run a cmd. Okay, just open it and run this command node -version. Okay, press enter. And now as you can see here, I can see my Node.js version 20.14.0. Okay, and this is my Node version. And as you know, we have not installed npm. But if I search for it, npm-v, it will show the version of npm 10.2.5. Okay, so I hope now you understand that npm is installed while we were installing our Node.js. Okay, so close it. Now we are going to create our first project and we are going to set up the environment for the first project. Now open your VS Code in this folder. Okay, so open with code. Okay, now we are going to open this folder with our VS Code. VS Code is an ID. I hope you know about this. Okay, so just clear the terminal cls. Okay, so now we are going to set up the environment for our project. How we can do it? We just need to execute this command npm init. It will create a package.json file for your backend. So as you can see, it is asking for the package name. Just press it, enter. Okay, we don't need anything, just enter it. Okay, so as you can see here, I have a folder package.json and run this command cls. Okay, so after this you need to run another command, which is npm install nodemon-g. What does this command do? This command will install nodemon in your system globally. What does it mean? When you run this command nodemon, it will execute in every project. For example, if you are working on another project in your backend, another backend project, so if you execute this command nodemon, it will work also in that other project. But if you remove this -g, nodemon will only work in this project. Okay, so that's why we are using -g. Okay, so let's install nodemon, and after this I am going to show you that what we need in our project. So first of all, just clear the screen, create a file index.js, and in this file I am going to set up a server. So how we can set up it? So before start creating a server, I am just going to show you that how it works. So console.log hello world. Okay, save it, and now we are going to execute a command nodemon index.js. Press enter, and as you can see in my terminal, hello world has been printed. Okay, so let me just zoom it a little bit. Hello world. Okay, so I hope now you can see it. After this I am going to create a server. How I can create it? So let me show you. Now you have to import something from your Node.js, which is by default installed, which is a built-in dependency of Node.js. So how to import a dependency in Node.js? So first we will see that the name of dependency is HTTP. Const HTTP is equal to require column parenthesis double quote HTTP. So you have here successfully imported HTTP from your Node.js. So how we can see that it has been imported and it works? So just print HTTP console.log HTTP and save it. And as you can see here, I have too many functions printed. There are so many functions printed in my terminal, and it has so many code. As you can see, 302 found and 404 not found, 403 forbidden, and 402 payment required, 401 unauthorized, and you can, and so on. Okay, so you can explore them. As you can see, status code is an object which has too many objects with keys. Okay, so let's remove it. What is our main goal? Our main goal is to create a server. How to create it? Let's see it. Const server is equal to http dot create server. Okay, so this accepts a listener. What is a or you can call it a callback function. This callback function has two attributes, which is request, response. Normally it accepts three attributes: request, response, next, but we will explore it later. Now we are just learning about request and response. Okay, so let's see that how does it work. I am going to write that if request dot URL is equal /home. If request.url is home and request.method get. What you are going to do? You are going to send a response. Response.end hello world. Okay, hello world from backend. Okay, let's save it. After saving it, I am going to create a server that on which server I can execute this URL. So let's see server.return. Okay, this return method accepts some parameter. As you can see, the first parameter is port number. Which port number on which port number you want to return your server. I am going to give it a server. So 4004000. And it asks for the host name. I am not going to give it a host name or backlog. I just want to give it a callback function. Okay, so let's write a callback function console.log server listening on port 4000. Okay, just save it. And if you don't know about callback function, so you can learn about it from my JavaScript video. I have already uploaded it on my YouTube channel, so you can watch that one. Okay, so save it. As you can see, I have there is a line printed in my console, server listening on port 4000. So go to your browser, okay, and run this command http or visit this URL 4000. http localhost 4000. As you can see, it is not giving me any response. So let's wait for this one, and I am going to write /home. Enter it. As you can see, here is a response, hello world from backend. Okay, so hello world from backend. And as you can see, the URL is /home. And if I change the URL from here like this one, if request.url, where is it? If request.url /about and request.method get what I want to print this. Okay, so this is about URL. Okay, just save it and come back here to your browser and just change the URL, replace home with about. Press enter. Here your method has been changed and it rendered the next content. This is about URL. Okay, so what I am going to do, as you can see, we have created a server and we have set up some routes, which includes a home route and /about route. And if I remove home from here, okay, and now if I come back here, just remove it from here, just press enter, hello world from backend. So I hope you know that how does it work and how all of this is working. So I am going to comment all of this. Why I am going to comment it? Because we are not going to use pure Node.js in our future, because we have Express.js. Because of Express.js makes our work very easy. In Express.js we don't need to define everything like this. So we will see it that how it works. Okay, so what we are going to do here, I am going to introduce file system in Node.js, that how file system works and what is the use of file system. Okay, so let's explore it. Okay, before going forward, I just want to tell you that you need to learn async await, that how it works async await, and you must know about callback functions, callbacks. Okay, these are the most important concepts of JavaScript, and these are important for you before learning Node.js. And I have already created a video on async await and callbacks in my JavaScript tutorial, which is about 1 hour and 30 minutes. But if you want to watch someone else's tutorial, you can watch it, and you must know about these two concepts, async await and callbacks function. Okay, so let's move on to our file system. So what is file system? Let's explore. I have visited my W3 School website. As you can see here, Node.js file system module and W3 School. Node.js is a file server. What does it say? The Node.js file system modules allows you to work with the file system on your computer. Okay, So common use for file system module. What is the common use of file system module? Read files, create files, update, delete and rename. Okay, so how we can do it? We will see it in our project. Okay, now in our VS code, not in our project, in our VS code. So first of all, we have to import file system. How we can import it? Const fs is equal to require and fs. Okay, so save it. Now first of all, I want to create a project. I want to create a file. fs dot write file. We have two types of file, write file and write file sync. So what is the difference between them? I will show you. So first of all, I am going to show you write file. Okay, so it accepts few parameters like this one, write file. Where are you? File fs.path or file description. You have to give the path. You have to specify the path of your file, and you have to give you have to enter the data. Okay, so let's see how it works. So I am going to give path dot forward slash data dot txt. This is the this is my file. Okay, so I am going to give it a data hello world, and here I have to give it a callback function. Okay, so it asks for options which I have to give it a option like a file option which is for ACII base 64, the format of the data. I am going to give it UTF-8, and then it asks for callback function. So let's give it a callback function. The callback function is CRG callback, and file is created. Okay, so let's save it. I have saved my file, and as you can see here, file is created, and here as you can see data.txt has this content hello world. Okay, so now you have created your first file. Okay, so I am going to show you that what is the difference between write file and write file sync. So let's see them. fs dot write file sync. Okay, and dot forward slash data sync dot txt, and it accepts only three parameters. As you can see, first is the file path, and the second one is data. I think it accepts the same parameter. Synchronous file data, then it asks for options. So options are UTF-8. Okay, so as you can see, it has no callback function option, so we cannot give it a callback function. So let's save it. After saving it, I am getting the same response. You can't see the difference between the data has the same text data hello world, and data sync has the same text synchronous file data. So what is the difference between them? So let me show you. fs.write file, it is an asynchronous function. It rates the rest of the code to execute until it is completed. Okay, so how it works? So write console.log and write anything here that after file creation. Okay, after async file creation, and copy it from here, just paste it before your fs.write file, and write here that before async file creation. Okay, so let's save it. Now after saving it, as you can see, before async file creation, this line has been executed, and then the second line is after async file creation. This line is also executed, but what I wanted to execute this one, but as you can see this is executed after this line. So this is the power of asynchronous JavaScript. What does it do? It rates the rest of the code to execute until it is completed. When it's completed, it will execute on its own, and the callback function is used for this. So you can see that the operation has been completed. Okay, so let me show you this one. Okay, so copy comment these two comment, and I want to copy this one. Copy it. After sync file creation, not after, before. I want to write here before. Copy it and paste it here, and just write after after sync file creation. Now save it. After saving it, as you can see here, before sync file creation, and here after sync file creation, and here as you can see file is created. So it does not accept any callback function. So as you can see, first this line executed, then this one executed, and after this line executed. So it works in a pattern. So first this has to execute, and after then this one has to execute, and then this one. So it is not like the upper one. Okay, so let's comment this. I'm not going to run it. Okay, so let's copy it. I'm going to show some other methods of file system. Save everything. The other function is append file. What does append file do? Let's see it. So fs.append file, and append file has some it asks for the path. So give it a path /data.txt, and I want to show you that data.txt has some content, a hello world. Okay, so after this I want to give it a data. The data is new data. Okay, this is the content, new data, and after this one it asks for the options. The options will be UTF-8, which is a format of our data, and it accepts a callback function. This is our callback function. Just write and print new data appended. Okay, save it. After saving it, new data appended, let me show you data.txt. So where is it? Oh, I can't see the data. Just write /data.txt, save it, and I hope this time it works. Okay, as you can see, new data has been appended to our file, and our data.txt is updated, and as you can see, new data. Okay, so if you want a space between here, you can do it like this one, space new data. Save it, come back. As you can see, new data with a space. Okay, so I hope now you understand that what is the use of append file. And if you want to use append file with append file synchronously, you can use sync. And the function, the work of the function will be same. Okay, so now let's explore the other one, which is fs.rename file. fs.rename. What does it do? It will rename your file. Okay, so old path. What is the old path? Data.txt. /data.txt, and you have to give it a new path or the new name of your file. So /rename.txt. I am going to give this file a name, rename. Okay, so after this, here I want to give it a callback function. Okay, so give it a callback function, crg file has been renamed. Okay, just save it. File has been renamed, and here as you can see, rename.txt. Just comment fs.append file, and here your file has been renamed. Everything is working fine. I just want to give some comments here, like a write file method. Okay, and here I want to write append file method, and here I am going to write this rename file method. I hope you like the video, because in starting you will get bored from this content, because personally I don't like these things like file system and how it works and what are files. Maybe you will feel that what is it, what is the use of these things, but later on you will understand that why we are doing it. Okay, so don't worry about this, just follow me and learn these new concepts. Okay, so after this rename file, I just want to show you one other thing which is most important, and after this I will start my express.js, because I am not going to waste my time on rename on Node.js. Okay, so fs.read file. Okay, so what does read file do? It will read the data of your file. So how does it do? We have to give it a path. Okay, so /data sync.txt, the file of our path. This is our file. Okay, and here I want to give it some options, UTF-8. Okay, and after this it asks for some callback function. So what is the callback function? I am going to give it some content, file read successfully. Just save it, and here as you can see, file has been renamed, and where is it? File has been renamed. Just just comment it. I am going to use and I want to execute just this read file. Okay, just save it. File read successfully, but you can't see anything here. So how it works? Where is my data? So you have to write response, and after this, if you write here this, okay, res, save it. Here is your data null. Why is it showing null data sync.txt? So my path is okay. There is no issue in this fs.read file. Okay, I think I have to store it in a variable. Const data is equal to like this, and I don't need anything like this here response, and I don't need anything here. I just want to console.log data, save it, and still it is showing an undefined. Okay, so I am going to use read file sync, and it will accept some other parameters like this one, and this one. Just wait for a minute, guys. Just wait. Okay, save it. Synchronous file data. Okay, so I have received my data, synchronous file data. How does it work? Read file sync will execute the console.log will execute will show my data in my console after its completion. So first it was not working with us in our system because we were using a read file, and you know, a read file is asynchronous, so it will execute this one before its completion. So that's why we are using a read file sync for reading the data. Okay, so save it and save this one. Okay, so I think our Node.js introduction has been completed. I am not going to explore some more topics of Node.js. I am going to move on to our Express.js. So let's move on. Okay guys, let me introduce you to Express.js, which is a framework of Node.js. Okay, so what is Express.js? The definition says Express.js is a web application framework for Node.js. Purpose: simplifies the process of building web application and APIs. It was released in 2010. Okay, so key features of Express.js: minimal and flexible. What does it mean? Lightweight framework with robust features. Middleware support: use middleware to handle request responses and routing. Advanced routing capabilities to handle various HTTP methods and URL paths. And you don't need to worry about these things. We are going to explore middlewares and routing and other features like middleware. We are going to explore everything. Okay, so conclusion, summary, what does it say? Express.js simplifies building web application and APIs with Node.js. Key features include middleware, routing, and easy integration with databases. Final thoughts: explore more advanced features and best practices as you grow with Express.js. Sorry. So it was just the introduction of our Express.js, and after this we are going to create our first Express.js server. So let's go to our VS Code. Okay guys, as you can see in my VS Code, I have moved all my files, the Node.js files, to a folder named as Node. Okay, so I am going to create a new folder, Express. Okay, and we have to enter in this Express. We have to open this directory in our terminal. How we can open it? cd Express. Okay, now you have to initialize a project of Node.js. How you can do it? npm init. We have seen it in our intro. Okay, so npm init, just press enter. You don't need to do anything, just press enter. Now run cs. It will clear our terminal. As you can see in your Express folder, you have package.json file. In your package.json file, you don't have any dependency object here. As you know, in our Express folder, we are going to explore Express. So we have to install Express. How we can install it? We have to install it npm install Express. You can install it like this, or you can install, or you can remove everything from here. You can write npm I Express. Okay, so whatever you like, you can do it. Okay, npm I Express. It will install Express in your file here. So just wait for a minute. So okay, so as you can see here, a folder has been created, node modules. What does this folder do? This folder has all your dependencies which are installed in your Node.js, and we installed a new dependency which is Express. As you can see here, dependencies object has one other dependency which is Express. Okay, and you can, and here is a version of your Express 4.19.2. okay, so now close it, and now come to your Express folder and create a file. Give it a name app.js. okay, so what I'm going to do here, I want to create something like I want to import something. So there are two ways to import something. As you can see in our Node.js, how we were importing everything, our modules like this const fs require fs. So if I am going to express here, I can import it like this: const express is equal to require express. This is the traditional way of importing, but what is the modern method of importing? We can import express from express, but let me tell you that this one will not work for now. Why? Because if you want to import your modules like this, you have to do some changing in your package.json file. Come to your package.json file, and after this main, you have to add an attribute or an object. What is this object? Which is type, and select the type module. okay, so after this, when you import express from express, it will work. okay, so just save it, clear your terminal, cls, and what I am going to do, you have to create an instance of express to create a server. How you can do it? Const app is equal to express. You have created an instance of express, and now you can create a server. App.listen 4000 callback function clg server listening on port 4000. So here your server has been created, and you can run this and you can execute this file in your terminal like this: nodemon app.js. okay, so as you can see here, it is running server listening on port. So what if I tell you another method of executing your main file? I hope you will like it. okay, so for example, if I close my terminal, okay, cls, and if I run this command npm run dev, it will give me an error because I know it. As you can see, here is an error: missing script dev. How I can do it is that when I run this command npm run dev, my backend should execute or it should run. So come to your package.json file. As you can see here in scripts object, remove everything from here. Just add two objects. So the first object is start, and write here node, and give the name of your main file. And here is and what is the main file, and what is our main file? Our main file is app.js. Write node app.js. okay, so here again copy it, remove it, and here the second object will have def, and replace node with nodemon app.js. Just save it and clear your terminal, cls. Now again execute this command npm run dev. So after this, as you can see, server listening on port 4000. So now when you run this command npm run dev, your main file will execute automatically. okay, so I hope you like this concept, that how all these things works. okay, so this was the main topic for now, to create a server. So let me introduce you to one other software application, which is Postman. So let's come here. okay, so search for Postman, and here Postman sign up for free. You can do two things. What are two things what I am talking about? You can download Postman as a software application for your system, or the other option is you can download Postman as an extension in your VS Code. I have downloaded Postman as an extension. okay, as here, as you can see, I have Postman as an extension. How you can download it? Here is an option extension. Click on this one and search here Postman, not Postman, Postman. okay, so Postman, here is Postman. As you can see, here is an official verified, it is verified. okay, so Postman, just install it. After installation, it will ask you to sign up. Just sign up and authorize Postman. And after authorization, when you come to your Postman, you will have this type of interface like this. Okay, so here you can create your new collections. For example, if I click on this and if I want to give it a name like Backend Backend Tute. Okay, so this is my folder, and this folder is called collection in our Postman, and I can create more folders and add folder, and in this folder I am going to give it a name Express Express. And after giving it a name, I want to go add some requests. How I can edit? Add request. Okay, so when I click on it, I have added my first request successfully. So for now I am not going to show you that how it works, because I just wanted to show you that how you can set up your Postman. Okay, so just close it, close, and now close. Now come to your app.js. So now what I am going to show you, I just want to tell you that there are some middlewares. So what is the use of middleware and how all these things work? So for this I am going to show you some basic middleware, which is app.use express.json. Okay, so if you want to use any middleware, you have to write in this parenthesis app.use. You have to write the middleware in your app.use parenthesis. Okay, so for example, if I write it express.json, it is not a middleware, but if I write express.json in my app.use, now it will be considered as a middleware. Okay, so now I am going to show you that what is the use of express.json, and it is the most important middleware in our backend. So come to your browser and let's explore what is express.json. Express.json middleware. So what is express.json middleware? The express.json middleware function is a middleware function used in express.js application to parse incoming JSON data from HTTP request, a standard format for data transmission in web servers. Okay, suppose we have created an API that sends data in JSON format. Okay, so now I hope you understand that what is the use of express.json. There is one other middleware which is also used in our backend and which is most important one, which is app.use express.url encoded extended true. So now what is the use of this one? So now let's explore this one. Just copy it and come to your browser and just paste it here, middleware. Okay, so just remove everything from here. Okay, so what does express URL encoded extended true do? So let's read this one. The extended option allows to choose between parsing the URL encoded data with a query string library when false or the QS library when true. Okay, QS means query string. Okay, the extended syntax allows for rich objects and arrays to be encoded into the URL encoded format, allowing for a JSON file experience with URL encoded. I hope you understand, because it is this tutorial is in English, so I can't explain this to you in Urdu or English language. Yeah, in Urdu or Hindi language. Okay, so you can explore it, or you can just copy it and translate it into Hindi language or Urdu language, whatever you want. Okay, so these are the most important middlewares. So we have two types of middlewares, built-in middleware and third-party middleware. As you can see, for express.json, I didn't install any third-party middleware, and for express.url encoded, I didn't install any third-party middleware. These are our built-in middleware. And now let's explore third-party middleware. What is the use of third-party middleware? So let me introduce you to a very basic middleware, which is CORS. Okay, CORS. CORS origin resource sharing. CORS is a mechanism for integrating application. CORS defines a way for client web applications that are loaded in one domain to interact with resource in a different domain. What does it mean? It means that with the help of CORS middleware, you can connect your backend with your frontend, and you can execute and you can access all URLs of your backend from your frontend. Okay, so how you can install cores. So in your terminal, just split your terminal, go to your Express directory. Okay, we are already in our Express directory. Run this command npm install cores. It will install cores in your project, in your project, because Express is your project for now. Okay, so it has been installed, and now close this one. And if you want to import cores, how you can import it? Just import it, import cores from cores. Cores has been imported in your project. Okay, so how you can use it? If you want to use it, just use it like this, app.use. As you know, if you want to use any middleware, you have to you have to execute it or write it in your app.use parenthesis. So write cores parenthesis curly brackets, and in this we are going to give some object or key value pair. So first one is origin. What is this origin attribute used for? Origin attribute is an array which accepts the URL of your front end. So for example, we want that this backend should be accessed from this URL, from our HTTP localhost 5173. So I am going to write HTTP colon // localhost colon 5173. Okay, so what I have done here, I said that the origin is HTTP colon // localhost 5173. It means that this project can be accessed from this URL. Okay, so and you can add more URLs, like if you copy this one, and if you come here, and if you want to add this URL, you are saying that your backend can be accessed from 5173, and your backend can also be accessed from 5174. Okay, so now let's remove the second one. Now let's explore the second option. The second option is methods. What are methods? Our backend has few methods like get, post, put, and delete. Okay, so what are these methods used for? Get method is used for getting the data or fetching the data. Okay, and then we have this second method, which is put method. What is the use of put method? Put method is used to update data. Okay, now let's explore the third one, delete method. Okay, what is the use of delete method? Delete method is used to delete something from your database or from your REST API, whatever you are using. Okay, so now let's explore the last one, but not the least one, post. So what is the use of post method? Post method is used to post data to your database or to your REST API or whatever you are using. Okay, so now let me add a comment, methods in backend. Okay, so comment. Okay, so here you can specify that which kind of methods you want to be accessible from your front end. So I want that from my front end, I want my user or my client to access get methods. Okay, and to post methods, and to put methods. Okay, and to delete methods. Okay, so after this we have one other option, which is credentials. This is the most important one, credentials, and this must be true. Okay, so these were some important methods in our course package or dependency, whatever you want to call it. And whenever we want to connect our front end with our backend, we have to specify these three methods. These are important one, but if you want to specify others like this one, allow headers, expose headers, max age, you can also explore them by reading their documentation. Okay, so let's leave it here, and I hope now you understand that what is the difference between built-in middleware and third-party middleware. The difference between them is that you have to, if you want to use a third-party middleware, you have to install it, but if you want to use the built-in middleware, you don't have to install it. This is the simple difference between them. Okay, so let me show you another. Import crypto from crypto. What is this? Crypto is a built-in middleware which is used to create tokens or to create hash data in our with the help of crypto, and it is a built-in middleware. Okay, and we will explore it later. Okay, so now let's comment it because we don't want to use it for now. So let's move forward. Okay guys, now I want you to show you that how you can connect to your MongoDB database, because in this project we are going to use MongoDB database. So let's open our browser and search for MongoDB address. Okay, so after, as you can see, here is a URL MongoDB address. Click on it, and okay. So if you are new for MongoDB, just sign up, and after sign up you can sign in. And I have already registered here, so I am going to sign in directly. Okay, so I am going to give my email, mohammadzishan12378@gmail.com. Just press enter, and here I am going to give my password, and I don't remember it. What is my password? So I hope this is the correct password. Wait for it. Okay, so I have been logged in my MongoDB address, and now it will ask me for two-factor authentication, and I don't want it because my password is very strong and I don't even remember it. So let's wait for it. Okay, so as you can see here, you can create a new database. How to create a new database? First we will see. When you click on this button here, as you can see here, when you click on this button, just scroll it. Here you will see an option or a button, plus new project. Add a new project. When you click on it, it will redirect you to this page where you can create a new project. You have to give it a new name, like this one, project name. Give a new name to your project. For example, I want to give it a name, Backend _ tutorial. Okay, so Backend _ tutorial. This is the name of my project. And yeah, so the main thing is that don't use digits in your project name, and don't give any space. Okay, for example, if you write this Backend tutorial, if you are giving the space, then it won't work. So instead of space, use underscore. Okay, so Backend tutorial, and just click on this button, next. Okay, so here it is asking me that add members and set permissions. I am not going to add other members, just create a project for me. Okay, so it is creating a project. Just wait for a minute. Okay, so I think my database project is created. Okay, now you have to set up a cluster. Okay, as you can see, create a cluster. Choose your cloud provider, regions and specs. Okay, so click on this button, create, and wait for this. MongoDB address is a little bit slow in this at that time, so don't worry. It is not your internet it is not my internet connection problem, and not yours. It is a problem of MongoDB, so don't worry about it. Just wait for a minute. Okay, so just wait. It is taking more longer than expected. Okay, so now as you can see, here is an option, deploy your cluster. Here are three types of cluster: 0.08 per hour, which is a M10, and there is server race and M0 free. We are going to use the free cluster. Click on this one, and don't click on anything, just press this one, M0 free, and press this button, create deployment. Okay, so okay, now it is asking for captcha. Buses, I will have to select some buses. Okay, these are all the buses. Verify, I am not a robot. Okay, now as you can see here, it is asking for my password and my username. I want to change my username, which is CodeWithZeeshu. Okay, and the same is my password, CodeWithZeeshu. Okay, so choose a connection method. Okay, just, and yeah, this one is important, create database user. Create a database user, and now you can click on this button, choose a connection method, choose it. Here we have some methods like drivers, compass, shell, but we are going to use this one, drivers. And when you click on this one, just scroll a little bit down. Here is your URL, and as you can see here, show password. If you click on this one, don't show password, it will not show the password, but if you click on this one, it will show the password. Okay, just copy your URL from here, copy it and close it. Okay, now how you can connect to your database in your VS Code? This is the main thing in our for now. This is the main concept for now. just create a folder database, okay, and in this folder create a file db connection.js, okay. So just press and just paste a URL, okay, and comment it. I want to comment it for now because we can't connect to MongoDB directly. We need a package, okay. What is this package? The package is npm I mongoose, okay. So mongoose is a package which is used to connect to the MongoDB database and to perform such operations like CRUD operation with MongoDB database. For this everyone use mongoose, okay. So install it, okay. It is installing right now, and let me show you that what is the use of mongoose. Let me show you once again. Mongoose, and is mongoose a snake killer? Okay, no. What is mongoose in Node.js? Okay, so mongoose is a Node.js based object-oriented modeling library for MongoDB. It is akin to an object relational mapper ORM, such an SQL alchemy for traditional SQL databases. The problem that Mongoose aims to solve is allowing developers to enforce a specific schema at the application layer. Okay, so that's it. This is Mongoose. Okay, so now come back. Mongoose has been installed, and if I open my package.json, here as you can see Mongoose is installed, and here course is also installed as a dependency. And now how I can use Mongoose? Just write import mongoose from mongoose. First you have to import mongoose and then create a function. Just write export const. I want to export this function. Export const db connection. Just give any name to this function. For example, if you want to give it a db connection or connection, you can write anything, okay. This is the name of your function, db connection, and then write this thing, okay. This is an arrow function. If you don't know anything about arrow function, you can watch my JavaScript video to learn about async await, to learn about arrow functions and some other concepts of JavaScript. But if you don't want to watch my video, you can watch someone else's video. The main thing is that you must know about arrow function, then that what is it, okay. So how I can connect to my MongoDB? As you know, we have already imported mongoose. So right here mongoose dot connect, okay. So mongoose dot connect accepts a URI. This is my URI, and then first copy the URI and paste it here, okay. Now we have to give you some options. Just press curly brackets, press enter, and here as you can see DB name, we have to give our database name here. We have to specify our database name here. So use the same database name here which you used in your cloud, which is backend tutorial, okay. So come here, backend underscore tutorial, backend tutorial. This is our database name. Now we are going to use then and catch, okay. So dot then, it accepts callback function. Here in callback function write successfully connected to database, okay. So this is my message, and if some error occurs, just write here error, okay. And in this write this crg means console.log. I am going to use backticks, which are template editors, and I've already explained this in my JavaScript video, so you can watch it if you want to know about this. So some error occurred while connecting to database, colon curly brackets error, okay. So save it. After saving it, just remove it from here, and yeah, here in your URL you just need this part of URL, MongoDB plus srv CodeWithZeeshu, and here retry writes is equal to true. After true, you don't need the other content, just remove it, okay. Now save your file, and as you can see in your terminal there is nothing special. I can't see any successfully connected to database message. Why? Because we have to execute this DB connection function in our main file, which is app.js. Come to your file, and here app.js, just execute this db connection. So let me show you one thing, that db connection is not a middleware, so that's why we are not writing it in we are not using app.use. Okay, so just save it, and as you can see, we have we are facing some error. It says that, did you mean to import ./db connection? So we have to import db connection. So as you can see, db connection is already imported, but it is not working. Why? So let me show you that in package.json the type is module. Okay, so if the type is module, you have to specify the name of the extension of your file each time, and the extension of our db connection file is .js. Okay, now save it, and in your terminal, as you can see, server listening on port 4000, and here as you can see a message successfully connected to database. So we are successfully connected to our database. Okay, so I hope you liked it, that how we can connect to our database, and it was a main concept. It was a major concept, not a main concept. It was a major concept of backend, that how you can connect to your database. Okay, so now we have some other things, like in backend, that for example we have a database, but I want a route. What is a route? For example, in our Node.js, we specified some routes, that request.url / that when I visit this URL, this kind of content will render on this page. Okay, so how I can do it with express.json? Okay, in express you have to create a folder, controller take care, or controller folder takes care of all your routes. So I want to create a route, which is I want to create a name. I want to create a name to our file. What should be its name? Its name should be products. Okay, or employers.js. Let's explore CRUD operation with express.js. Okay, so what does CRUD operation mean? C for create, R for read, U for update, D for delete. Okay, so for this, create a simple function like this: const add employee. Okay, add employee is equal to here something like this. Okay, and this function should be async, and it accepts some parameter, request, response, and next. I hope you know about these things, because I have already explained request and response. Let me explain these things again. If you want to request something from your URLs, or from your front end, or from your body, we are going to use this request parameter. If you want to send the response to your front end or to your main page, we will use the second parameter. And if you want to execute the next function, so we are going to use this next parameter. And how they work, we will see it in our function. Okay, so this is a simple function. Okay, add employee, and I want to export it. And how I can add an employee to our database? To add an employee to my database, I need a schema. What is a schema? So first let's see what is a schema. What is schema in database? Okay, so as you can see here, a database schema refers to the logical and visual configuration of the entire relational database. The database objects are often grouped and displayed as tables, functions, and relations. A schema describes the organization and storage of data in database and defines the relationship between various tables. Okay, so I hope you know about data. So now you know that what is schema. So as you can see here, it is written that the logical and visual configuration of the entire relational database. This is the main thing, that relational database. But MongoDB is not a relational database. It is a NoSQL database, which is not relational. So what is the difference between relational and NoSQL? So let's explore relational database and non-relational database. Where is it? Okay, so it's not national, it's relational. Okay, a relational database is structured, meaning the data is organized in tables. Many times the data within the tables have relations with one another or dependencies. A non-relational database is document oriented and meaning all information gets stored in more of a laundry its list order. Okay, so I hope now you know about what is the difference between relational and non-relational databases. Okay, so let's close it. Now I am going to show you that how to create a schema. So create a folder here, models. This is the industry standard that if you want to create a schema, you have to create all your schemas in a folder named models. So I am going to create a schema for employee. So give it a name, employee schema.js. So how you can create it? Import on Mongoose. From Mongoose, first import Mongoose and then create write here export const employee emplo employee schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, and it accepts some parameter. It does not accept, we have to create some values. So an employee has a name. Okay, so it accepts. Yeah, you can add some other options like type. What will be the type of name? The type of name will be string. Okay, so it is required. I am saying yes, it is required. Okay, so required true. Okay, so after this, an employee has an email. So the email is has a type string. Okay, so the employee has a phone number. So phone, and phone is a type of number, so I am just writing number. Okay, so I hope now you know that how to create a schema. So after creating a schema, you have to create a model. How you can create it? Because you have created a schema, this schema needs a model. So how to create it? If you want to create a model, you can write export const employee 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 is equal to mongoose dot where is it, mongoose dot model, and here you have to write employee. Employee is the name of your model. Okay, and here you have to specify that which schema you want to use for this model. Okay, so I am waiting for the auto suggestion, the employee schema. Okay, save it. After saving it, come to your employer file, and now you can import your employee schema in your employers folder. How you can import it? Import something from /models/employee schema, and yeah, you have to specify the extension .js and come here, just press employee. Okay, after doing all of this, come here, and now as you know that add employee. So adding an employee, we have to send some data from our front end or from our client. So this means this function will accept some data, right? So it is a request. This function will request for some data, that please give me some data. So how to use it? So let's explore it. Okay guys, I had to take a small break, but now I am back. So let's continue. Where was I? Okay, so we had to request some data from our body. How we can request? For example, I want to request name, email, phone. Okay, so I am going to destructure this data. Okay, so I hope you know that how to destructure data, because it is a part of JavaScript and you must know that how to destructure data. So from where we are getting it? We are getting the data from request.body. We are requesting the body that please give us phone, email and name, provide us this data. Okay, so after this getting the data, we are going to write an if condition. What does this condition do? We are going to write that if not name, not email, not phone, if there is no name, no email or no phone, if any one of them is missing, please return an error. So how to return an error? Return next response dot status 400.json, and in JSON we are going to write an object success. Okay, the success will be false. And what will be the message? The message is please provide all details. What does this if condition do? So let's elaborate it. Okay, so I am the condition is that if not name or not email or not phone, please return this thing. Okay, what is this thing? It is saying that the response will send you a status with a status code 400. Okay, and the data will be in JSON format, and this JSON format will have two values, like success, which is false, and the other is message. The message says please provide all details. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, if the user provides all this data, I want to save this data in my database. How can I do it? I can do it like this, that const employee, okay, is equal to await. As you can see here, I have imported my employee, so I have to use employee await employee dot CREA, create parentheses, curly brackets, and now add these three fields: name, email, phone. Okay, name, email, phone, I am going to paste them here. After this, I am going to send a response dot status 201 mean created dot JSON, and this time the success will be true and the message will be employee created, and I also want to send the employee. Okay, so employee. Okay, now save it. As you know that this function will not work for now because we have to set up a route. So let's explore how to set up routes. Okay, for this you have to come here, here you have to create a folder, not in controller, in your Express. Create a folder, name router. Okay, create a file, employee router.js. Okay, so here what I want to import Express from Express. Okay, please come here, import Express from Express. Now create an instance of Express router. How to create it? So const router is equal to express.router. Okay, now you have to export this router. So how to export it? Export export default router. Okay, now I have exported the router, but now here I have to set up the route for what? For this employer add employee function. Okay, so how to set up it? Router. Okay, this router. Now I have to select the method, that which method I want to use. As you know that this function is for adding the employee. So if you want to add some data in your database, this method is known as post method. Okay, so you have to write post. Okay, here you have to give the URL or the path, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so add / add. Okay, just add. Okay, and here use comma. After comma you can add some middlewares if you want to add a middleware, if you have some middlewares, but for now we don't have any middleware. In the end we will create a full stack project where we will use middlewares, authentication, authorization, all other things, but for now we are not using any middleware. Okay, so I will just write the function here. What is my function? Add employee. Okay, so as you can see, add employee has been imported, and I have to specify the extension of my file, which is .js. Okay, now save this file. For now this function will not work. Why? Now you will ask that we have set up the router, then why it won't work? It will not work because this router is a middleware and you have to use it in your main file. And which is your main file? Your main file is app.js. So come to your main file. Okay, write import employee router from /router/ Okay, employee router.js. Now come here, before DB connection, use this app.use and employee router. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, save your file. Now you have to test your function, that is it working or not. How to test it? I have told you that how to install Postman. I have showed you the full process. So open your Postman. Here in Express we have a request. Open this request. Okay. So first we have to rename the file. It is not necessary, but I want to rename it. Okay. Add employee. The name of our request is add employee. As you know, in our employee router, what method are we using for this function? This is a post function. This is a post method. So you have to select post method. Okay. After selecting the post method, as you know, on which port number we are working, our server is listening on port 4000. So we have to enter the URL of 4000. HTTP :/localhost 4000. Okay, this is our URL just for our local host. But what is our, so how to execute this function? To execute this function, as you know, in our app.js file is running on HTTP localhost 4000. And where is add employee function? Add employee is in our this router. So it will go to this file, and after going to this file, it will copy this URL. Okay, so after copying this URL, we can paste it here. Now for example, if I send this URL empty, I just want to send it. So as you can see, there is some message in my terminal or in my Postman that success false, please provide all details. So it is working. So you have to enter or provide all details. Click on this row and select this JSON format data, use curly brackets, and now name in double quotes. What is your name? You can enter your name, Zishan, and email, okay, zk@gmail.com. and after this you have to enter your phone number. So what is my phone number? 12345678. Okay, so now send this request now. Okay, as you can see, I can see my success true, message employee created, and here employee name, email, phone, ID. As you can see that I have not provided the ID. This ID is created by our MongoDB and it is always unique. So you don't need to take care about your primary keys. For example, if you are working on a relational database, you have to care about your primary keys, foreign keys, and some unique data, that your table should have some unique data for executing such operation. Okay, so MongoDB provides us a unique key. Okay, so let's go to our database and refresh it. As you know, we added employee in our database, so we have to verify that is our employee added or not. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, as you can see, browse collection, click on this button or this URL. After this, wait. Okay, in collections, as you can see, we have employees collection, and here is my user or employee name, email, name, email, phone, all details have been added here. Okay, so before going forward, I want to show you one other thing. Here is a network access tab. Click on this one. Okay, so after clicking on this, there is an option add IP address. Okay, so allow access from anywhere, and now confirm it. Okay, so why am I doing this? I am doing this for because if you turn off your system and when you restart your system, this project where your backend will not work. You won't be able to connect to your database because it will say that current IP address does not match to the database IP address. So because of this, we have allowed the access from everywhere. Okay, now you can delete the current IP address, which is this one. Okay, so delete this one, delete it, because we have already allowed allow access from everywhere. Okay, so now come back to your collection. Where is it? In database. Okay, and where is my collection? Okay, browse collections. Okay, and in browse collections. Okay, employees, here is my data. Okay, so now come back here. Okay, so let's create another one other user. Okay, so I want to give it a new name, for example, Adnan. Okay, and ad@gmail.com, and the phone number will be same. I want to register this one. So I have registered a new user, and if I come back to my database and I refresh it, as you can see, my new user has been added, because I know the new user has been added. Here is my second user, adnan@gmail.com. Okay, so now come back to your employers. Now let's see that how we can get our user, because this method is for post method. This was a post. Okay, post method. Now we are going to see our get method. Get. Okay, so export const, create a function, export const get employees is equal to async request response next. Okay, and after all of this, create this. For example, as you know that if you are getting something from the database, you don't need to request anything from the user, right? So right now we have entered this attribute here, request, but we will not use it. Okay, so how to get employees from the database? Create a variable const employees, employees is equal to await. Here is your employee model. Okay, so use it, employee dot find. As you can see, it will give us some other, it will suggest us some methods: find by id, and update and delete one. You can explore all of them. So for now we are going to use this find, explore dot find. Okay, after this I am going to send the response dot status 200.json, and here success will be true and employees. Okay, so I have created my get method. Okay, so what I am going to do, I am going to my employee router file, and here I am going to create a new method, router.get. As you know, now I am going to fetch my users or employees, /get. Okay, if you don't want to write get, you can write this get employees. Okay, whatever you like, but for now I am writing get. Okay, so here I have to specify the function, that which function I want to execute when I visit this URL. Okay, so the function I want to execute is get employees. Now save it and go to your Postman. Here create a new URL, add request. Okay, so here, okay, so as you can see, I want to rename it get employees. Okay, and as you know, the method is get, so the method will still remain the get method, and this we will just change the URL. As you can see, http localhost 4000 /add, we will replace add with get. Okay, save it and now send the request. When I send the request, as you can see, I am getting my employees. Let me scroll up my terminal. As you can see, success true. Employees is an array which contains two objects, my first employee and my second employee. Okay, so this was all about get method. For example, if your URL is incorrect, then what will be the response? Let me show you. As you know, gets is not a valid URL. We have not defined it. So let's send it. As you can see, you will your Postman will send this response that cannot get /gets. It means that /gets is not a URL which we have specified in your backend. Okay, so if I change it again, get, and now I send it. Okay, so now it's working. Okay, so now come to your employers. Now I want to create another function of update, which is put. Okay, I want to tell you that how you can update your employee. So let's do it. Export const update employee is equal to async request response and next. Okay, so this is our function. We have created our function. So first of all, let me show you, let me tell you one other thing. For example, you have 10 employees, so you have to update one employee. How can you update this one employee individually or specifically? For as you can see here, you have this employee and you have this one employee. You want to update the second one employee. So what is the unique thing here in this user? So you can identify that I have to update this employee. So for this, as you can see, ID is unique in each object. Okay, so we are targeting our employee by his ID. So how to target him? So let's get in our function. Okay, so const ID, we are destructuring the ID. From where we are getting the ID? We will get the ID from our params, request.params. What is params? I will explore it. I will tell you that what is params. Okay, I will explain it to you. Request.params, and after this I will find the user. Const employee is equal to await employee dot find by ID. So I will find by ID. I will find an employee by his ID. Okay, so I will write his ID here. I will provide his ID to this method. Okay, so after this, what I want an if condition, that if not employee, for example, if an employee does not exist whose ID is provided by from our params, so it should return an error, that return next response dot status 404 means not found .json, and in .json I want to send a message success false, and the message is employee not found. Okay, so this was a very simple message. And if an employee is found, then how to update him and how to update his data? So write here const employee is equal to await employee dot find by ID and update. And if you want to update an employee, how to update him? First of all, you have to provide his ID. So as you can see here, I am getting his ID. So ID, after providing his ID, you have to enter the data, which data you want to update. So in curly brackets, name, email, phone, I want to update all these fields. Okay, so for example, if I want to update only name, so it will accept only name. If I want to update only email, it will update only email. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, now write comma and curly brackets and write new. It will create a new user with the same database, with the same details. Okay, new true, and after this use find and modify false, and the other thing is run validators true. Okay, so as you can see here, I am seeing an error, const employee. So change it to let employee, and the second one we don't need to initialize this one. So now the error will remove automatically. Okay, save it. After saving it, send the response like this one, response dot status 200 dot JSON success, and the success is true, and send the message. The message is employee employee updated. Okay, and after updating the employee, I want to send the new data of employee. Okay, so save it. After saving the employee, come to your postman and create a new URL, add request. Okay, so add request, rename it update employee. Okay, as you know, we have to specify the route. So come to your router. Okay, and write router dot put method. As you know, for now we are updating the our employee. So if you want to update your employee, or if you want to update the data, you have to use put method, and in this put method you have to specify a URL update. Okay, and if you don't want to write this update, you can write anything. It is totally your choice. Okay, if you want to write update employee or anything, you can do it. Okay, employee, here you have to specify the function, that if this function, if our user execute this function with this method, then which function should execute. So we want this method update employee. Save it and go to your router Okay, now change the method to put. Okay, and here http localhost 4000 /get. As you know, for now we are not using get method, we want to use update. Save it. And one other thing, I think we missed it. What is it? As you can see, we are requesting the id from our params. Okay, what is params? So if I come here to my update, if I write here /1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, this is the params. Okay, so how to specify these params in our router? If you want to specify it here in your router, you have to specify the you have to update the function like this, like this /update /column id. Okay, so this column id is your params or the parameter, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so now come to your update employee and go to your MongoDB. Okay, for example, if I want to update this, the first user whose name is Zishan, here I want to copy his id, copy this and come here and replace it. Okay, here this id I provided the right the correct id. Now I want to send the request. I am not giving any data. So as you can see, it is not working. Why it is not working? So let's see it. Let's see what is the issue. It says name, email, phone is not defined. These things are not defined. So no problem, no need to worry about anything. So we will define them. Okay, so if I come here and const something is equal to request dot body. Okay, name, email, phone. I am requesting these things from my database or from my front end. Okay, or Postman. So name, email, phone. Now I have already defined them. And come to your update employee and again send the request. Okay, so wait for this. As you can see, it is written my employee with id, name, email, phone. So for now, this is the exact data which we when we created our user, this was the data when this was the exact data. So for now I want to update his name, the username. How can I update it? Change the format to JSON, curly brackets, name, and change the name to Khan. Okay, KHAN Khan. Now send the request. Okay, after sending the request, as you can see, now the name has been changed to Khan. And if I come to my database and I refresh it, and after refreshing it, here as you can see, my name has been updated Khan. Okay, so I hope now you understand that how the update function works and what is the use of parameters. Okay, parameters or params, whatever you want to call. Okay, so our last function in this CRUD operation is delete. So how to delete a user? DELETE, delete. Okay, so if you want to delete a user, create a function, export const delete employee. Okay, is equal to async request response and next. Okay, and if you want to create an employee, just like updating an employee, you need an id of user from the params. So how to get it? Const id is equal to request dot params. Okay, and now you have to find your employee. So let employee is equal to await employee dot find by id and provide his id. Okay, now write if condition, if not employee, if you can't find the employee, then do this. Okay, so return next and response dot status 404 user not found. Okay, dot JSON. And what this JSON will do? It will send a success with false and a message, MESSAGE message, employee not found. Okay, so this was a very simple message. But what if an employee has been found and I want to delete it? So how to delete it? We can delete the employee by this method, await, use this employee. Okay, this one. Okay, copy employee dot DELETEONE, delete one. Press and use parenthesis, delete one, and after this send the response. Response.status 200.json, and here success true, and send the message. Okay, MESSAGE message. The message is employee deleted. Okay, so we have created a delete function, and the most important thing here is that you have to use this await. If you don't use it, it will not delete your user. So you have to take care. You have to take care about all these things. Okay. Now we have to specify the route. Come here and router dot. Now the method will change, as you know. Now we are going to use delete method, delete, and the URL will also change. Delete, as you know, if you want to delete a user, you can delete the user by his ID. So you are requesting the ID from the params, request to /delete /column ID. Okay, after all of this, delete employee. Okay, now save it and go to your where is my function? Yeah, go to your postman and add a new request, which is delete employee. So edit delete, oh my god, delete employee, delete employee. So now change your method to post, not to post, to delete. Okay, change the method to delete, and here, as you can see, http localhost 4000 / not update. This time we are going to use delete, and here is the URL of my user. For example, if I don't give the correct ID, I am going to provide the wrong ID, and let's send it. So as you can see, it is giving me an error. So what's the error? Delete employee is not defined. Okay, my friend, no issue. Save it. Delete employee is now defined. So now again save it. Again send the request. As you can see here, employee not found. So now if I provide the correct ID and I send the request, it says employee deleted. And if I go to my database and I refresh my database, my first user should delete. So okay, so my first user has been deleted, and only the second user has been here, ad@gmail.com. Okay, so if I send the same request again, so now this time it is saying employee not found, because we have already deleted the user. So I hope you understood everything, that how CRUD operation work in backend. Okay, so this is not just a CRUD operation. This was your REST API. So this is like a buy one get one free offer. So CRUD operation and REST APIs are same, because in REST API you have same operations like adding data or getting the data or updating or deleting. So let's first learn about REST API. I should tell you that what is REST API, then you will understand that why am I saying that REST API and CRUD are same. What is REST API? A REST API, also called a RESTful API or RESTful Web API, is an application programming interface that conforms to the design principle of the representational state transfer REST. Anyway, this was not a useful. Okay, so this was not any useful thing. What is the difference between REST API and normal API? APIs can refer to any type of interface that enables communication between different systems. REST API are a specific type of API that adheres to the constraints of the REST architecture. RESTful APIs uses HTTP request. Okay, HTTP request to interact with data, while traditional APIs can use a variety of protocols. Okay, so I hope now you understand. So for this one we were using HTTP. Okay, so this is our REST API or CRUD operation. You can call it anything. Okay, so close all of this, close it, and close your postman. So now we will move forward to our next chapter. Okay guys, now I want to show you that how to do advanced routing. So what does it mean? What do I mean by advanced routing? So as you can see, this is our router where we are using our employee router as a middleware. Okay, so how does it work? I have already explained the process to you guys, like when I come to my postman. Okay, and here as you can see my backend tut and express, and here is my add employee. So let's see that how this routing works. As you know that my localhost is running on localhost 4000. Okay, so this is the static URL. It will remain same for all functions like add employee, get employee, for every controller. Okay, HTTP localhost 4000, and then after this in app.js it comes to this router. Okay, so after coming to this router, it goes to employee router and search for the URL. For example, if I execute this URL, it will find that is there any /add URL. So if it finds any like this one /add, then it will execute this URL. Okay, so what if I want to add this /API /v1 /employee? So I want this in all of my functions like this and this and here. Okay, so as you can see, it's our code is getting very messy and I don't like it. I just want that this is static in every case. The only dynamic URL is this part /add /get /update and id. So I want that if I write this somewhere just for once, I don't want to write it for each URL. So how can I do it? So remove it from here. Okay, and after removing it, where I have to paste it, go to your app.js file, and before your employee router, okay, paste a comma, and in double quotes paste the URL /API /v1 /employee. Okay, so now let's save it. Now go to your add employee. Okay, so try to add an employee like this one, that is one, and rz@gmail.com. Now send your request. So this time it will not work. Why it is not working? It says that cannot post /app. It says that this URL is not found. Why? Because this time when we are executing this URL, it will first verify that is our local host running on 4000 or not. After 4000 verification, what will it do? It will go to our app.js file. It will see that is there any static URL. So this is our static URL. After we have to use this static URL in our postman. So copy it, and then after 4000 paste this URL. Okay, after this URL you have to paste your other URL, which is /add. Okay, now save it, and now again if I send the request, send. Why is it not working? So there are double quotes. Double /. I have to remove one. Okay, now send it, send, and as you can see, my user has registered. My user has been registered here. So I hope now you understand that how this routing mechanism works. Okay, so close everything here, close it. Now I want to show you that how to use secret variables, or how to store secret variables, and what are environment variables and why do we use them. I want to explain all this process to you guys. So as you can see in our database, in our DB connection, here is our Mongo URI. I want this Mongo URI secret because this is my database URI. I don't want anyone to access to the database to do such operations like creating users, reading the data, or updating, because I want to keep it secret. Okay, so how can I keep it as a secret variable? So for this you need a dependency. You have to install it. First install your dependency. What is this dependency called? This dependency is known as .env, npm install .env. First install your dependency. Okay, after installing your dependency, go to your package.json to verify that is it installed or not. So here is our dependency .env. Okay, now here in your Express folder, create a folder name config. Okay, here in config folder, create a file config.env. Now this .env extension shows that all variables in this file are confidential. We don't want to share them with anyone. So for example, if I create this variable mongo URI is equal to, and go to your database, here DB connection, and cut this URI from here, cut it, okay, and paste it here. After pasting it, just save this URI and go to your DB connection, save it. Now you will face an error, okay. The error says that invalid schema expected connection string. So as you can see, we don't have any connection string. So how can I get this string here? I want this mongo URI variable here. So how can I send it here? For this, you have to go to your app.js file. You have to set the route for this config file. So I can access all my variables in config.env from anywhere. So how can I set up it? Go to your app.js file, okay. After const app is equal to express, we set up the route. So how to set up the route? Import something from .env, and I want to import config, okay. Now here write config, okay, parenthesis, curly brackets. It accepts a parameter path, okay, and in path, no, it's not a parameter, it's a value, okay, key value pair. In path, here give path of your config.env. So as you know, from our app.js file, first we have to enter in our config file, and then we have to enter in our config.env file. So how we can do it? /config folder, then config.env file, okay. Now save it. After saving it, go to your DB connection, okay, and here remove these double quotes. If you want to access this mongo URI, okay, so how can you access it? First you have to write process.env the name of your variable, which is mongo URI. Copy it and paste it here, okay. Now after saving it, as you can see, I will be connected to my database here, successfully connected to database, okay. So I hope now you understand that how these secret variables work. So after doing all of this, I have showed you that how to do CRUD operations, how to connect to the database, how these other things work, like environment variables, or how to set up router, or how to do this, how to set up a basic router or advanced routing. And we have seen like these things, built-in middleware and some other third-party middleware. But right now I want to tell you that we are going to see some other middlewares like authentication middleware or authorization middleware, but in our final project, okay. We are now going to create our final MERN project. We will start by implementing user authentication features like login, register and logout. And we will also dive into other CRUD operations like advanced routing concepts and live connection between the front end and backend. And we are going to build our front end with React, okay. So you will learn how to use authentication as a middleware function. Even though it's essentially still a function, it plays a crucial role in securing our application, okay. So we will use React for the front end, as I have already told you, and for deployment we will use Render and Netlify. Then we will move on to creating the user authentication system. So let's go. Okay guys, create a folder, give it a name, project, okay. In this folder we will set up our backend and front end, okay. So create two folders, backend, and create another folder here, new folder for front end, okay. So close your terminal, press Y, cls and cd ../, okay. Now go to your project folder, cd project, and then cd backend, and in backend you have to run this command npm init to initialize your first project in the in backend, okay. So press enter, press enter, okay. cls. Now we have to install some dependencies. Npm install course mongoose express.env cookie parser Okay, so that I have already explained that what is course, mongoose, express.env, cookie parser. I have already explained all of them to you guys, so I will not explain these again. Okay, so yeah, I have not explained the cookie parser. What does cookie parser do? Cookie parser will get cookies from your front end or from your postman in your project. Okay, for example, if you have logged in your user, the cookie will be generated and you want to access this cookie, so you have to use your cookie parser as a middleware, and it is a third party middleware. Okay, so now press enter. It will this command will install all these dependencies for us. Okay, so just wait. Okay, they are installing. Just wait for a minute. Just wait, wait, and wait. Okay, so let them to install. Okay, so okay, they are installed. Run this command series, and as you know, in package.json we have to do some changes, like change the type to module and go to your scripts, and in scripts remove everything and paste these things like start. I want to, when I run this command npm run start, this means that I am running this command, not server.js. I am going to create a file we are named as server. Okay, so after this I want dev dev, and I want that when I run this command, and where is it, npm run dev, this means that I am running this command, nodemon server.js. Okay, save it. Now close your package.json file, create a file in your backend, give it a name, app.js. In your app.js, import express from express. Now create an instance of express, const app is equal to express. Okay, now export app. Okay, so export default app. We have exported our app, which is an instance of express. Okay, so I want to access this app in my another file, which is server, and server is our main file in the, in this project. Okay, so create a file in your backend, give it a name, server.js. The name which you have mentioned here, server.js, should be same like should be same as this file, server.js. Okay, so import app from ./app.js, and don't forget to mention the extension of your file, because in your package.json you are using the type module. If you are using type module, you have to mention the extension of your file. Okay, now save it. Now run the app.reason. With the app.reason, what this function do, it will create a server for us. Okay, so I am going to use 4000. Okay, or whatever the server you want. Okay, whatever port number you want, you can mention here. For example, 3000, you can use this one, you can use 5000, but I want to use 4000. Okay, so write a callback function here, run this command console.log, and here use backticks, which are known as template readers. Run this right here, server listening on port dollar curly brackets 4000. Okay, now save it. After saving it, run the command in your terminal npm run dev. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so as you can see, server running on port 4000. Now what I want to create a folder config where I want to store all my files which are confidential, all my variables which are confidential, which are secret for me. So the port number I want to keep it secret. So in config file, in config folder, create a file config.env. Okay, create a variable, port is equal to 4000. So as you know how to set up it, I have already told you the full process. Go to your app.js, import something from .env, and this is config, and here I have to set up a route, config curly brackets path, give it a path ./config folder, and here is our path config.env. Okay, now save it. Go to your server.js file. Here I want this process.env.port import. copy it from here and paste it. Now again see the response in my terminal. Let's save it. As you can see, still I am getting the same message, server listening on port 4000. So I hope now you understand that how this config variables or the environment variables work and how we can access them. Okay, so just close your server.js file and your config.env file and your package.json file. So for now I am going to use the same database which I was using previously. Okay, so go to your Express folder, and in Express folder go to your config, and in config file, as you can see config.env, we have a Mongo URI. I am going to use the same database. Copy it from here, go to your app.js and paste it here. Go to your config, paste it after this one, Mongo URI, save it. Now I want to connect to my database. How can I connect to my database? So here in your backend, create a folder, database, okay, create a file, db connection.js, import mongoose from mongoose, import mongoose from mongoose. After importing mongoose, what I want here, I want something like const db connection. Yeah, I also want to export it. Okay, export const db connection, arrow function. In arrow function I want that mongoose dot connect, and here first I have to give the Mongo URI. So I know my Mongo URI is stored in my config.env file, so I can easily write this process.env.mongo underscore URI. And after this I have to specify my database name. I am going to give the same database name which I was using in my Express tutorial. So go to your database and db connection and use and save it. Just copy it. Okay, after copying it, close your Express and here just paste it. Okay, so here is my database name, and yeah, I want to rename the name backend tutorial. It's not a backend tutorial, it's my project. So the project is to do application. Okay, and after this write dot then, and in then what I want here, I want that CLG as a callback function. So if I am connected to my database successfully, so print this message in my console. Okay, so connected to database successfully. Okay, but if some error occurs, then what I want to print a message, console.log, some error occurred while connecting to database. Okay, and here I am going to use backticks. Okay, error, use backticks. Okay, so I can print my message here. Okay, so save it, go to your app.js file, because if you want to execute your db connection function, you have to execute it in your app.js file. So first import it, import db connection, and yeah, make sure that you are specifying the extension of your file, okay, which is .js. Right here db connection, call your function, save it, and just keep your eyes on your terminal. So as you can see, server listening on port 4000, connected to database successfully. Okay, so now we are connected to our database, and now what I want, I am going to create my controller and schemas. So as you know, it is a to-do application project and a merge stack application. So a to-do application has two schemas, one for user and the one for to-do applications. So I will create a folder models, and it will have two schemas, one for user schema.js and another for to-do schema.js. Okay, so go to your user schema, import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, so after this what I want to create a model. How to create it? First I will create a schema. After creating a schema, I will specify I will create a model for that schema. So I have already told you that showed you that how to do this. Okay, so const user schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, curly brackets here, a user a user will have is name, NAM in name. Name should have a type string, and yeah, it is required. True. I don't want the required field because I don't want it. Okay, so type is string. The minimum length of username is minimum length 3, and if the minimum length is not 3, so I want to show this error. Okay, I want to send this error that name must contain 3 letters. Okay, 3 letters or 3 characters, 3 characters. Okay, and what should be the max length? MAXLENGTH, max length. Max length is 32 characters. Okay, so name must at least contain 3 characters, and name cannot exceed 32 characters. Okay, so these are my messages. Save it, save them. Okay, and after your name we are going to write an email. The email is a string. Okay, and yeah, I want it unique, so we will take care of this in our controller. Okay, no need to worry about it. Okay, so after email we need a phone number from our user, so phone is a number, and yeah, that's it. I want to create a model for user schema. How to create it? We already know it. So export const const user is equal to mongoose.model, and here I have to specify the name of our model user, and here I have to give them the schema, that which schema I want to use for this model. So user schema. Okay, so where is it? User schema. Now save it. After saving it, go to your to do schema. So we are going to do something like same. So import mongoose from, where is it? Import mongoose, and after this create a schema. Const to do schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema curly brackets title, which has a type string, and it's not required. Let it required true, and if the user does not provide the title, I want to send this message that to do title is required. Okay, and the minimum length of the title is I think 4 characters. Title must contain at least 4 characters. Okay, so I think it's enough for the title, and I am going to copy for the description. Title description. Okay, so for description, the type of description is type string, required true. To do description is required, and it does not have a minimum. The minimum length is 10 characters. Description must contain at least 10 characters. Okay, save it. Now create a model. Export const to do is equal to mongoose dot model, and here write this to do, and here to do schema. Okay, schema schema. Okay, now save it. After saving all these things, now we are good to go to our controller. Now we can start working on our controller. Okay, create a folder in your backend, give it a name, controller, CONTROLLER, controller. It should have 2 files, one for the models, one for the to do schema, and one for the user. So first I am going to set up user routes. Okay, so user controller.js. Okay, so import something from dot forward slash models forward slash user schema dot js. And you know what I am going to import from user schema? My user. Okay, so here create a function export const export const register. Okay, so I want to register a user. Export const register. It is an async function. Async. Now what I want here, I want to simply I want to register my user. For registering a user, as you know, I will request some values from my body, or from my postman, or from my frontend, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so const something is equal to request dot body. What are these values? These values are my name, email, and phone. So I am going to write here name, email, phone. Okay, so after this I am going to write a condition: if not name, or not email, or not phone, if any one of them is missing, return this error. Return next response dot status 400. Where is it? What happened? Response dot status dot json, and in json write success false and send a message. The message is please fill full form. Okay, so this is the message. And after this, if the user provide all these details, what I want, and yeah, the most important thing we forgot about it, that when a user registers, he will have a password. So go to your user schema, come here, write a password field, password, and password will have a type string, and it is required. Okay, required true, and yeah, remove it. I don't want to keep it as a required field. So type is string, and the minimum length of password is 8 characters. Password must have at least 8 characters. Okay, and for the max length, maxlength max length 32. Password cannot exceed 32 characters characters. Okay, so save it. After saving it, I also want to use this name, but I also want to request from my body. So password, and write here not password. Okay, so I am first requesting these fields from my body, and then I am specifying an if condition that if any one of them is missing, then please send this response to me that success is false, and send this message that please fill full form. Okay, so after all of this, if my user provide all these details, then what I want that const user is equal to await user dot create. I want to create my user. Okay, so here use curly brackets in your parentheses and copy all these fields: name, email, phone, password. Okay, copy all these fields here. After copying them, send the response dot status 200.json, and send the success, which is true, true, and send the message is user registered. Okay, now save it, and also send the user. Okay, now I want to set up a router for my register. So how to set up a router? In your backend folder, create another folder, router. Okay, now create a file, user router .js, and in your user router file, import express from express. Okay, after this, create a router. Const router is equal to express.router. Okay, so after all of this, I want to create a method, router.post, and here I want / register. Okay, this is the URL, and what function should execute? The function I want to execute is register, register. And yeah, the most important thing is mention the or specify the extension of your file, which is .js. Okay, now save it and export default router. Okay, so export default to your router. After exporting it, go to your app.js file. Okay, before your DB connection, set up a middleware for your router, app.use. Okay, so first import it. Import user router from router/user router.js. So first specify the static URL, which is /API /v1 /user. This is a static URL, and then specify your router, which is user router. Okay, so this is my user router. Now save everything, and after saving, go to your Postman, and in your backend tutorial, create a folder, add folder. Okay, so give it a name, to do application. Okay, and in this to do application, create another folder, add folder. This folder is for user routes, and this folder will have a request, add a request, and in this request is for register. Okay, so the method is post, so change the method from get to post. Here paste your URL, http localhost 4000 API v1, and change the employee to user, and then here write register. Okay, save it, go to your body and send the data. So let's see what happens. I am facing some error which says that name email request.body. Okay, so request is not defined. Why? Because we have to define it here. Okay, I have already told you in my Express tutorial. So request response next. Okay, now it will not throw some kind of error, it will not throw anything. Okay, so now save it, go to your register and see your terminal is running. Okay, server is running on port 4000, connected to database successfully. So send your request again, and again we are facing some error which says that name email phone. Okay, cannot destructure property name of request.body as it is undefined. Okay bro, no problem. It says that const name email phone password is equal to request.body is not defined. So why it was working for us in our Express, but now, so let's see what is the issue. In our Express, when we were adding an employee, we were doing the same process like this. As you can see, const name email phone is we are getting them from our request.body. Okay, and here in our register, in our user controller, const name email phone password is equal to request.body. So why it is not working this time? Save it again, and after saving it, let's try once again. Okay, so send the request, and again it's not working. So wait, I will check for the errors, and then we will see that what's the issue. Okay guys, I took a very long break. Okay, so now I am back, so let's continue our video. As you can see, this is our error that we cannot destructure our name email phone password from request.body. Why is it? Why I can't destructure the value? So the reason behind this error is our middleware. Which middleware? Express.json. I hope you remember this one, app.use express.json, and I have already told you that what is the use of this middleware. So now I'm not going to tell you again that why we use it. Okay, so when you write this, when you mention this middleware in your app.js file before your router, now save it and use the second middleware, which is app.use express .url encoded extended true. Okay, so I have already explained both these URLs to you guys, that what is the use of them, that why we use them. Okay, and what do they do. Okay, so save them, go to your register function, and now again I am going to send my request. So now as you can see, there is no error in my terminal. It says success force, please fill for form. So now I only have to fill my form. So raw data, change the format to JSON format and provide your data. Name, my name is Zishan Khan, okay, and email, my email is z@gmail.com, and now it will ask for my phone number 12345678 okay, and after my phone number I am going to give it a password, and my password is 12345678, okay. So now let's send our password. As you can see, my user has been registered in my database. So let's see the user. As you can see here, I have two databases, Backend tutorial and To Do application. Click on this, the second one, To Do application, and open the user collection, okay. So user, and here as you can see my user has been registered, Zishan Khan, z@gmail.com 12345678 and here is my password. So as you can see here, see this thing, that my password is in the raw format 12345678, but I want to hash my password, that if accidentally my database is hacked by the hackers, so they will only be able to see the name, email and phone of my users. They will never be able to crack the password of that user. So how to hash the password? So let's see the mechanism, okay. So open your terminal, okay, where is it? Open your terminal, split to the terminal, install a dependency which is known as npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt is a dependency which is used to hash your passwords, okay. So this is specially used for this purpose, okay. So how to hash password, now we will see it. Okay, now it is installed in our system, okay, and I think it, okay. Go to your user controller, and in your user controller here import bcrypt, bcrypt, import bcrypt from bcrypt, okay. Now after this if condition, what I want to hash my password. So how to hash it? Const hashed password, create a variable, is equal to await bcrypt bcrypt dot hash, okay. So in hash, what I want here, I want to use that it accepts the data, that which data you want to hash. I want to hash my password, okay. And here is a sort of rounds. Here you have to give the number. So they say that sort rounds is equal to 10. So this is the recommended number. So use 10, okay. Save it. After saving it, I will again try to, and yeah, here in your await user dot create, in your password field, use it as an object, hash password, okay. So assign hash password value to your password, okay. So now save it. Now go to your register function or your postman, and again register the same user, okay. So send, okay. Now I got an error, okay. So let's open our terminal. What's our terminal? What is the error? We are facing new validation error, and it says this dot underscore validation error, new validation error, user validation failed, password cannot exceed 32 characters, okay. So okay, got it, okay, got it. So where is it? User schema, and as you can see max length, remove the max length, okay. So now again go to your register, okay. So again send the request. After sending the request, as you can see my user has been registered, name Zishan, email z@gmail.com, phone 12345678 and here as you can see the password has been hashed, okay. So if someone hacks my if someone tried to hack my database and he gets success, so still he won't be able to get the password of my users, okay. So here as you can see the password, where is it? Here is the password, okay. So this is the hash password. So now I am going to log in my user. So as you can see, there is one other thing. I can still register multiple users with the same email. This user has the same email z@gmail.com, and this user also has the same email. So I want that my the email should be unique for every user. So how can I do it? Go to your user controller and here after request.body, create a variable const user is equal, not const user, right, const is user, that does our user exist or not. Okay, so is user await user dot find one. Okay, so here in curly brackets give email, I mean provide the email which you are getting from your request.body, and here write if condition, if cut this from here and paste this condition after your if condition. Okay, and here write this if is user, that if our user exists, then do this, return next response dot status 400 dot json, and success will be false, and here is a message. Okay, what is a message? What is our message? Message is user already exists. Okay, so this was our message. Just save it. After saving it, go to your register, and now again register the same user. Okay, so let's see, it says user already exists, so we cannot register our user again with the same email. If I change the email, if I change it to zeeshu@gmail.com, and I again try to register it, now my user has been registered. Okay, so go to your database and refresh it, and after refreshing, remove the first user which has the row password, which is row password, this one. Okay, so remove this one. Okay, so delete. After deleting your user, go to your user controller. We have successfully created our register functionality. Okay, that how to register a user. Now I am going to show you that how you can log in, that how to implement the login functionality. So export const login is equal to async async request response and next, and then I am going to send some I am going to request for some values. As you know, when you want to log in your user, you will need the email of your user, const email and his password. Okay, const email password is equal to request.body. You are destructuring these values, email and password. Okay, and you are requesting them from your body, and then you will write this condition if not email or not password. If any one of these fields are missing, then return this error, return next response dot status 400, which is bed status. Okay, so dot json, not json, json parenthesis curly brackets success false, and the message will be message please fill full form. Okay, so save it. After saving it, come out from your if condition and find the user, that does our user exist or not. Const user is equal to const const user is equal to await user dot find one. Okay, find one user, and here in curly brackets provide the email. Okay, so we are trying to find our user by his email which he provided in his request.body. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to write if condition, if not user, if user is not found, then return this error, return next response dot status 404 not found dot json, and send this message success false, and the message is MESSAGE message invalid email or password. Okay, this is our message, that if not user found, then send this message. Okay, save it. Now as you know that our user will provide his password in the row format. For example, if my password is 1234567 and when I try to log in, I will enter this password, right? But my password is saved in database in this format. So I have to compare my password with this hashed password. So how can I do it? For this, you have to compare your password. How to compare? You can compare it this, that const is password match. Create a variable, write await bcrypt dot compare, and here this compare accepts two parameters. You will see data and the encrypted one. Now our data is this one, password. Okay, so password and the encrypted data is this user now has all fields of our user. Here you will write user dot password. Okay, so what we are trying to do, we are trying to do that, compare the password entered by the user and compare this password with the password of user. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, write if condition or copy this one. Okay, copy this one and paste it here, and after pasting it here, write that if not is password matched, send this message again invalid email or password. After this, if password has been matched and the user has been found and everything is okay, just send the response. Response dot status 200.json and success is true. Okay, and the message is user logged in. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, go to your user router and here set up a route for your login. So router dot post, it is a post method / login. Okay, login, and here specify the function, that which function you want to execute when our user visits this URL. So login, save it. After saving it, go to your postman and create a new request in your user routes. Add request, give it a name, login login, and send them change the method to post, and here is your URL, http localhost 4000 / API v1 user, and replace register with login. Okay, now as you can see, I am not providing any data in the body. I am just sending the empty data. Okay, I just want to see the response. It says success force and please fill full form. Okay, so now I will give it some data, text JSON, and here is my email. Email is my email z@gmail.com, and here is my password, and my password is 12345678. I know my password is this 12345678, but I want to give it a wrong password and I want to see the response. I'm going to send it. It says invalid email or password. Okay, so let's give it a correct password, and I'm going to provide a wrong email, z1@gmail.com, and then send it again. It the same response, invalid email or password. So let's provide the correct email and correct password. Now send the request again. So as you can see, it says user logged in. Our user has been logged in successfully. So after all of this, now what we want to do in our project, create one another function which is for getting the user. So let's do it. Export const get user is equal to await async. Okay, so here is our function request response next. Okay, so as you know that we are using this get user function only if our for this purpose, that if our user is logged in, then he will be able to get his profile. So how do we know that our user is logged in? So for this, we are going to use JSON web token or cookies to know that is our user logged in or not. So install a dependency, npm install JSON web token. JSON web token is a dependency used to create JSON tokens. Okay, so the purpose of these JSON web tokens is to authenticate our users. Okay, so now clear the terminal and close this one. Okay, and here import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, so after importing, import JWT from JSON web token, and now go to your login function, and in your login function, as you can see, after comparing the password, we are saying that response.status.json. so here create a token, const token is equal to await JWT dot sign. So I hope I can create it, JWT dot sign, and then here as you can see, it asks for the payload. Payload is the unique data which you want to provide here, so you can use it later, and it must be unique. And you know that this user has something unique, which is his ID. Okay, so we are going to provide the ID of that user here. So how to do it? You can write ID user dot underscore ID. Okay, so this is our payload. After giving the payload, it asks for one another thing, which is secret or private key. This is called JWT secret key. You can enter anything like this. Okay, this is your JWT secret key. After this, it asks for some options. Okay, so comma, where as you can see, the options include expires in. I am going to use this one, expires in. So in expires in, what I am going to provide, I am going to give it some data like date dot now plus JWT underscore expires multiply 20. I think I am wrong. Just remove it, remove everything. Just write this JWT expires, or remove also this one. Just write 70. Okay. So here we have generated our token successfully. Okay guys, now here as you can see, I want to keep this JWT secret as a confidential variable, and also I want to keep it secret. So how to keep them secret? I hope you already know it. So copy it from here and go to your config file. Where is it? Here is my config folder, and open your config.env. Create a variable JWT underscore secret is equal to, paste it. Okay, after pasting it, come here and write process dot env dot copy it and paste it here. Okay, and I also want to keep it secret. Cut it from here, go to your config.env, and here write JWT underscore expires is equal to 7d and remove the double quotes. Okay, save it and also copy it from here, and here write process.env.jwt expires. You have just created a token, you have not used it till now. Okay, so how we can use it? To use it, write response.status to 00. Okay, dot COOKIE cookie, and here write token. This is the name of your token, and here is your token value. This is your token. This will be stored here in your token. Okay, and after this you have to give some options. So let's provide all options, which includes HTTP only true, and expires new date, and in date dot now, and here process dot env dot cookie underscore expires. Okay, so cookie expires, copy it from here. Cookie expires is the value which we are using for example, if I want to expire my token after 7 days, so that's why I am writing here, writing the 7. Okay, typing here 7. So you can call it anything. Okay, so 7, how to use it? Cookie expire, and after this I am going to write multiply 24 hours, and then multiply 60 minutes. Each hour is 60 minutes, and where is multiply? Each minute has 60 seconds, and each 60 second has 60 milliseconds. Okay, so no, 1000 milliseconds, sorry, it was my mistake. Okay, so now save it. Your token will be expired after 7 days. 24 multiply 60 multiply 60 multiply 10,000. Okay, So now save it, and we don't need this response. So now remove this one. Okay, so after removing it, let me show you one thing, that if I go to my login page, where is it? Here is my login. Okay, so I am going to show you the cookies. As you can see, there is no cookie, and when I refresh it, there are no cookies. So let's log in our user. First I will log in. So I hope it works. I hope. This time I can't see the response. So why? Let's go to our user controller. Okay, so as you can see, if not password, send this response, and const token generator token jwt.sign. Okay, so jwt.sign will create the here is jwt secret expires in jwt expires, and then send this response. If I write here return response dot status 200 dot cookie, and okay, so as you can see, it is not working. Why? Because I have specified the status, I have specified the cookie, but where is JSON? Where is the JSON format data? So right here JSON success true, and here is our message. Message is user logged in, and use here column. Okay, and after this I am going to send my user and also the token. Okay, so now save it, again go to your login and send the request. Okay, so as you can see here, success true, message user logged in, and here is my user, and here you can see the token has been generated. So now let's open our cookies. As you can see, there is no cookie, but if I refresh it, here is my cookie, it has been generated, and when I refresh it again and again, my cookie is still there, my token is still there. Okay, so as you can see, token has this value which says HTTP only true, and when will it expire? It will expire on Sunday 9 June 2024. Okay, so I hope now you understand that how is it working. And now close cookies, login, and close your user schema, close your config.env file, and close your register. And now I am going to create a middleware. So first close this thing. Okay, open your project in your backend, create a folder middleware. Okay, in this middleware create a file auth.js. This middleware, we are going to use this middleware for authentication. So how to use it? Export const is authenticated, is our user authenticated, this function will do this work. Okay, so async request response next, and after this we are going to send some response. Okay, so const token is equal to request dot cookies. Okay, so as you can see, this token, we are going to destructure this token value from our cookies, request dot cookies. Where are our cookies? Here, as you can see, here, from here these cookies we are going to we are destructuring our token. Okay, so how to destructure it? Now we will see it, that how to destructure the token. So for this, what we are going to do, we are going to write this if not token, if there is no token, token, if not token, return next response dot status 400 dot not 400 401, I think 401 is for not authenticated dot JSON, and here success force, and send the message. Message will be user not authenticated. Okay, so save it. After saving it, I just want to show you that right now I cannot access to my token. So let's copy it. Okay, let's console our token, token token. I am trying to console my token. So how to use a middleware? First I am going to show you this. Go to your user router, and here before going to this, create a user controller. Go to your user controller and create this function, get user. Okay, so as you can see, get user will send this response dot status 200 dot JSON, and success true message. The message will be user found. Okay, so I am just creating a dummy function. Okay, get user for now, just for now. We will later update it. So if I go to my user router, okay, and here router dot get, this time the method will be get / me, this is the URL, and here get user. Okay, so let's create a new request here. Is it not imported? Why? Get user, save it, and here create a new request, get user. So I hope this time it works. Okay, get user and use your URL http localhost 4000 / API v1 user me. Okay, so now I am going to send my request. Sending, as you can see, user found. Now I can execute my function. It works properly. But what if I use this middleware auth.js? Okay, so how can I do it? Okay, so go to your user controller, not user controller, to your user router. Before this get user, type paste this other function is authenticated. Okay, so this is authenticated will execute, and when it gets true, okay, so after this get user function will also execute. So this is our middleware, is authenticated will work as a middleware, but basically it's still a function. Okay, so save it, and after saving it, go to your get user and send. Okay, so after sending, as you can see, my terminal has been has crashed. It says const token request dot token cookies. It says cannot structure property token of request dot cookies as it is undefined. Okay, so why we cannot access to this? So go to your app.js file. Okay, where is my app.js file? Use one thing here before your express.json app.use. Use this middleware cookie parser. Okay, now save it. After saving it, go to your login, and here send the request. Send. Okay, so let's see this time what happens. Here it says user logged in. No, I was going to show you that where is my other function, get user. So let's see this one. As you can see here, I can access to my token. Now this time it works. So the main topic or the major thing for now is our cookie parser middleware. If you don't use this middleware, you won't be able to access to your token. Okay, so now let's go to our authentication and let's see how it works. Okay, so now we are going to decode. Const decoded is equal to await import JWT. Okay, so import JWT from JSON web token. We have imported our JSON web token, and I am going to verify the token. Import JWT dot where is it? Why is it not working? Why is there any issue? JWT dot verify. Okay, so this verify accepts some parameters like this token. So here is the token, and after this it accepts for the secret. So we know what is our secret, process.env.jwt underscore secret. Okay, and after this it asks for the options. Okay, so we know which functions we are using in our login. Go to your user controller, and in your login function copy these http only true and new date. Okay, so copy these. Okay, after copying them, come here, and I think it accepts this one. Expires. No, just wait for a minute. Just wait. I just forgot it that which one we are going to use here. Okay, so just wait. Okay guys, as you can see, these two functions are enough. These two values are enough for this one. Okay, we will be able to verify our JWT token by giving the token and the secret variable. Okay, so after this we are going to save our user in request.user. Request.user is equal to await user. We are going to find our user schema. Okay, so specify the function extension of your file dot find by id. Okay, so as you know, in our JSON web token we were sending a payload which was the id of our user. Okay, so this id, that id is currently stored in our decoded variable. Okay, so if I write here decoded dot id, it means that I am trying to find my user by his id. Okay, so now I am going to write next. Now I am going to explain this function, that what does it do. Okay, so first I imported JSON web token and I imported user model from our user schema. Okay, then I created a function is authenticated, which will work as a middleware, and it is an async function. It destructure the token from request.cookies, and I am trying to console my token, and for now I don't need to console it, just remove it from here. I am specifying an if condition that if there is no token, then send this message that user not authenticated. But if token is found, then do this const decoded create a variable where you will have to verify your token, that token and JWT secret. If JWT secret is same as the secret of this token, so it will store the ID of user in this decoded. Okay, so decoded will work as an object. Okay, so I am going to write this request.user. Request.user will store some values, which value I am going to save my user decoded.id, and then I am this next means that after completion of this middleware, go to the next function. And what is our next function? Our next function is get user. Okay, so now let's save it and go to your get user. Okay, so where is our get user? As you can see, if I send it, it says user found. So now it is working fine. So for example, if I delete the token from here, as you can see, here is my token. If I delete it from here, I remove it and I try to get user, send, it says user not authenticated. So now you understand that how authentication works. Okay, so go to your user router, not user router, go to your user controller. Now create this function that get user. How to get the user? Right, const user is equal to request.user dot underscore id. Okay, so remove it from here, write this await user dot find by id. We are trying to find by id our user. So how we can get the id of our user? As you know that before this get user, we are using another function which is our middleware. So this middleware is request.user. Okay, and in this request.user we have stored our user, so we can access all attributes of our user. Right, so here in my user controller, if I write request.user._id, it means that I am able to access to my ID of my user if I am logged in, if and only if I am logged in. Okay, so after this I am going to write this if condition. If not user, then send this response, return next, and response dot status will be 404.json, and here success force, and send a message user not found. Okay, so after this come here in your response dot status 200.json success true, and I don't want to send the message this time. I am directly sending my user. Okay, now save it. After saving it, go to your get user function and send this URL, execute this URL. As you know, as you can see, it says user not authenticated. So let's log in our user. First I am going to log in my user. I have logged in my user. Now again go to your get user and send the request. As you can see, now I can access to it. Okay, so I hope now you understand that how all these things work together. So close everything, close your user controller, auth.js, login, cookies, user router, and get user, and app.js. Go to your user controller, create a function for logout. Okay, so export const logout is equal to async request response and next. Okay, so after this response dot status 200 dot cookie dot cookie, and here in this cookie write token and set it to null, and after setting it to null, copy the same values here which we were using in your login function. Where are them? HTTP only true and expires. Copy these two. Okay, so copy them and paste them here. Okay, so after pasting them here, as you can see that HTTP only true will remain the same, but you want, when you click on this button logout, it means that you are expiring the token, you want to expire the token right now. So new date will be date.now. Okay, so remove everything. Okay, so new date date.now, it means that the token will be expired right now. Okay, so after this write .json, the success will be true, and the message will be, where is it, true, true, and the message will be user logged out. Okay, so save it. After saving it, go to your user router and create a new route for user logout, router dot get, and for logout we use get method. Okay, so / logout, and as you know that user will only be able to log out if he is authenticated. So for this we are also using his authenticated middleware, and then we will write our logout. Okay, logout. Now save it, go to your postman and create a new request, add request. Okay, so let's see what happens. logout logout, and here I will first show you my cookies. That as you can see, here is my cookie, and here is my URL. Okay, logout logout, and when I log out my user, as you can see is it says user logged out. Okay, so let's go to our cookies and refresh it. As you can see, my cookie is not here, and right now I cannot access to my get user. If I execute this function get user, it will say that you are not authenticated. Okay, so I hope you understood all these things, that how to implement the authentication and setting up the middlewares, and how to create JSON web tokens, and how to access them, and how to hash the password, and how to compare your raw password with the hashed password or the encrypted password. So this was all about user routes. So now I am going to create our to do application routes, that how to create a task, or to do routes, or task routes, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so it's totally your choice. Okay guys, so now let's create a new controller for our task. Okay, so task controller.js. Here first of all I will import my task model from from models file, which is models folder, and as you can see here task schema.js, and don't forget to mention the extension of your file. Okay, so here write task. Okay, so to do, or whatever it is, to do or task, whatever you want to call it, you can call it. Okay, so first create a function for export const create task. Okay, so, and yeah, I want to rename it. Task schema, and I also want to rename it task. Okay, and yeah, I want to rename this file, rename, and task schema. Okay, I want to go into this folder, and I want to rename it also task schema, and here I want to rename it also task schema, and rename it task. Okay, and also rename this one task. Okay, save this one, and then come here, save this one, and then create your function async request response and next. Okay, so here if you want to create a task, you have to request some data from your body, which includes the title and description of your file. So come here, where is it? User control is task schema. So here is a title and description, and there is one important thing is that we have to verify that who created the task. Okay, so for this we need the user ID. So created by, we are adding a new field created by type I think the type is mongoose dot object. I think this is no, I don't remember that how to give the type of object dot mongoose dot id. I don't remember it, so I will first verify that how to give the id. So let's check. Go to your Chrome or your browser, object id type in mongoose. Okay, so here as you can see, mongoose dot object, where is it? I think here I will find it. Okay, so just check for this one, underscore id object id. Okay, and here, yeah, schema dot types dot schema dot object dot id. Okay, so schema dot, I will first check it. Okay, let me wait for a minute, just wait. Okay guys, so if you want to specify the type of this created by, if you want that I want to store the id of my user, so you can store it mongoose dot schema dot object id. Where is it? Here, mongoose dot schema dot object id, and just save it. Okay, after saving it, go to your task controller, come here, and now what I want to do something like const something is equal to request dot body. Okay, so I want to request something from my body, title and description. Okay, DESCRIPTION, title and description. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, I am going to get my user that no, I don't want to get my user, but so what I want here, I want to do something like, as you can see here in task schema created by. So come here, create a variable const created by is equal to request dot user dot underscore id. So as you know that how we are getting this request dot user dot id, we are getting it from our auth.js file, where we will use our is authenticated function as a middleware, from where we can get our user. Okay, so we are assigning the id of our user to this variable created by. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, I am going to write a condition, if not title or not DESC or not description, return this error, return next response dot status 400.json, and success will be false, success false, and send a message that please provide both title and description. Okay, so save it. After saving it, now write const task is equal to await task dot create. We are trying to create a new task. Okay, so as you can see, I cannot get the task value here, so it means that there is a problem. So let's solve it first. /models task schema.js. Okay, and then here I am going to task. Okay, and then again task dot, I just want to create. Okay, so task dot create parenthesis curly brackets, and in this curly brackets add both of these values, title, description, and the third value is created by. Okay, that who created the who created this task, created by. Now save it. After saving it, send the response dot status 200.json, and here success true, and send a message that task created. Okay, so task created. And after this, I want to do some changing in my task schema. I don't want the minimum length, and I don't want the minimum length for description, and yeah, I don't want this required field here. Just remove them. Okay, so save it. After saving it, go to your task controller, and as you know that our controller, we have completed, we have successfully created our function, but if we want to execute it, we need a controller. So go to your router and create a controller, task router, sorry, it's not a controller, it's a router, task router.js, and here import express from express. Okay, so after this, create a router, const router is equal to express dot router. Okay, so after this router, what we are going to do, we are going to write something like this: router dot post /add. Okay, and then what I want that the user must be authenticated. So we are going to use is authenticated as a middleware, that the user must be authenticated if he wants to create a new task. So first import is authenticated. Okay, so import something from // and middleware / here is our auth.js file. Okay, so import is authenticated. Okay, is authenticated. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, I am going to give the next function which will execute after is authenticated execution. So this is create task function. Okay, so create task, it is successfully imported, and yeah, you have to specify the extension of your file, which is .js file. Okay, so save it. After saving it, go to your app.js file, because you have to specify, you have to show that you have to use your task router as a middleware here. Okay, so how to use it, I hope you know. So import task router from // from what is it, from // controller, not router / task router.js. Okay, so come here, use app.use. Okay, so /API /v1 / task, and after this I am going to use a task router for this URL. Okay, so I hope you understand that how this routing work. Okay, so save it. After saving it, go to your Postman. First I will open my terminal, that is there any error in my terminal or not. So okay, my terminal has been crashed. It says that import task router. Okay, so go to your task router. As you can see, I have not exported my router, so first export it. Export router, export default router. Okay, now save it. After saving it, go to your app.js file, save it, and now as you can see, my server is running on port 4000 and I am connected to my database successfully. Okay, so open your Postman, and here create a new folder in your to do application, which new folder which is for task routes. Okay, so just create it, task routes. Okay, so in task routes, add a request which is for add task. Okay, so give it a name, add task. Here change the method to post, and here is your URL, http localhost 4000 /API /v1 /task /add. Okay, so this URL shows that my localhost is running on 4000, and this part of URL /API /v1 /task, this part of URL is coming from here. Okay, so v1 task, and after this it will go to this file task router, and it will find this this thing. It will find this part of our URL /add. Okay, so as you can see, my task router is /add URL. Okay, so add tasks, and now I am going to send my request, and I want to see the response. That, and the response says that success for user not authenticated, that your user is not authenticated. Okay, no problem, I will check for cookies, that is my user authenticated or not. So there is no cookie. Okay, so open your user routes and log in a user. Okay, so let's log in a user. z@gmail.com. This user has been logged in successfully. Now go to add task and now again send the request. Now it says please provide both title and description. Okay, in body, go to your we want to send the data in raw format and in raw format with in JSON format. Okay, so use curly brackets, title, title. This is my title. Okay, and after this I want a description. Okay, so use comma here. Okay, in description I want to say that this task is created by z@gmail.com. Okay, just I want to give it as a description. Okay, so save it and send the request. After sending the request, as you can see, task created. Okay, so go to your database and close this one. And here as you can see, I have to refresh my database. First refresh it because there is no collection name task. Okay, so for this you have to refresh your database, then the task collection will appear here. Okay, so just wait for a minute, just wait. Okay, here as you can see, a new collection has been created, tasks. Okay, open it, and here as you can see my task has been created. This is my title and this is task is created by z@gmail.com, and here as you can see created by has the ID of a user who created the task. Okay, so now what I am going to do, I am going to log in my another user which is zeeshu@gmail.com. Okay, so let's see. Okay, my second user has been logged in and I want to create a task. This is my title and now I am going to change the description. This task is created by zeeshu@gmail.com. Okay, so send it. After sending it, again go to your database and refresh it. Okay, so after refreshing your collection, as you can see, the second task is has been created. This is my title. This task is created by zeeshu@gmail.com, and here you can see the clear difference between the created by IDs. Okay, so this ID ends with a number 787 and this ID ends with A37. Okay, so I hope you understand how this mechanism works of IDs, of user IDs. So we can identify that who created the task and who is the owner of this task and who will be able to access to which task. Okay, so now go to your app, close your app.js file, close your task route, close add task and close cookies, close login, and now close task schema. Go to your task controller. Okay, in task controller create a new function, export const get my tasks. Okay, get my tasks is equal to async request response and next. Okay, so after this what I am going to do, I am to get tasks of a user. So how to find the specific task of a user? So for this you have to create a variable const tasks is equal to await task dot find. Okay, so I want to find all tasks in my task model which has this ID request dot user dot underscore ID. Okay, so I think I cannot give it like this one. Okay, no issue, no problem. Created by request dot user dot underscore ID. What does it mean? It says that these tasks will have all tasks stored. This is our model task dot find. This task dot find will find all tasks who has this ID were created by, I mean the owner or which has this value. Request dot user dot ID will have the ID of a user who is logged in. Okay, so now what I am going to do, response dot status 200.json and here success is true and send the tasks. Okay, just save it. After saving it, go to your task route and create a new method router dot get, and here forward forward slash my, okay, just my, and here is authenticated will be used as a middleware, okay, and get my tasks, okay. Save it and create a new request in your task routes, add request, okay. So give it a name, get my tasks. So I hope you know that the user who is logged in has the email zeeshu@gmail.com. So what I am going to do, I am going to execute this URL http localhost 4000 API v1 task my, okay, and the method is get. Now see the response. Send. As you can see here, I am getting only one task which is created by zeeshu@gmail.com. So I hope now you understand that what was the purpose of this request.user._id, okay. So now save it, save this one. Now we are going to create a new function for deleting a task. So export const delete task. Delete task is equal to async request response next, and after this const task is equal to await task dot find by id, and here request dot params dot id. So I think I have already explained this request dot params dot id in my Express. Yeah, I think I have already explained this, because first I have to verify it, because if I have not explained it, then I have to explain it, okay. So as you can see, I have already explained it in my Express tutorial, that what is the use of params and how we use them. So again, I am not going to explain this, okay. So close all these things, and as you can see, I am going to find all tasks by params id, okay. So after this, what I am going to do, I am going to write an if condition. If task is not found, what you have to do, you just return a message, return next response dot status 404.json, and here the success will be false, and send a message that task not found, okay, task not found, okay. So if a task is found, then what to do? If a task is found, then just delete it, task dot delete one. So one important thing is that I have already explained this thing, that how this function works. I have explained all these things in my CRUD operation here in when I was working on this file employers.js. I have explained all these things, that how to create a user, or how to get all these things, how update function works, and how this delete function works. So I have explained all these things, so that's why I am not explaining all these things again. And here after this delete one, use response dot status 200.json, and here the success will be true, and send a message that task deleted, task deleted, okay, and save it. After saving it, go to your task router and create a new method for deleting a task. Task dot delete /delete /column id. I have already explained this, that how this column id works, okay. So is authenticated, the user must be authenticated if he wants to delete a task, and here specify your function, okay. So delete task. After this, go to your postman, and in your postman create a function or create a new request, okay. So this request is for deleting task. Just rename it delete task, and here change the method from get to delete. Here is your URL, and change the URL to delete delete /. Here will be, here you have to paste the ID of your task. So first copy the ID, the ID of task. This is the ID of my task. Okay, copy it and paste it here. After pasting the ID here, what I am going to do, I am going to provide an incorrect ID. As you can see here, B is in the end, but I am going to remove it. I am going to use C. Okay, just send it. After sending it, it says that task not found. Okay, so I am going to provide the correct ID B, and now send it. Send. It says task deleted. Okay, so I have already deleted this task. Okay, which is created by zeeshu@gmail.com. So refresh it and then check that does this task still exist or not. So as you can see, the task has been deleted successfully. And now if you send the request get my task, it will return an empty array. So let's see that is it true or not. Okay, so as you can see, tasks is an empty array. Okay, so now close this one and go to your task controller. Okay, so here in task controller we are going to create our Rust function, which is update task, and here async request response and next. Okay, so const, we are going to do the same process. Task, copy this one. Okay, and we are going to create we will first find the task that does this task exist or not. If it does not exist, then you have to return this message, but if it exists, then what are you going to do? Change its initialization from const to ret. Okay, so here write task is equal to await task dot find by id and update. You have to provide the id of your task, which is request.params.id. okay, copy it and paste it here. After this, you have to provide the new data, which is title and description. So first get the data from request.body. Here const something is equal to request.body. okay, and title description, title and description, copy them and paste them here in curly brackets. If you don't write this in curly brackets, it won't work, it will return an error. Okay, so here give some options or mention some options: new, true, run validators. I think I am right. Okay, so run validators. Okay, run validators true, use, find and modify false. Okay, so after this I am going to send a message or a response, whatever you want to call it, response.status200.json, and in JSON I want to send a success, which is true, and I want to send a message. The message says that task updated. Okay, so after updating the task, I am going to my task router and I am going to create a new route for updating the task. So router dot put, as you know that put method is used to update on the data. So /update /column id. okay, and after this is authenticated. The user must be authenticated if he wants to update his task. And after this I am going to write here update task. Okay, so save it. After saving it, create a new request, add request, and change its name to update task. Okay, update update task update task. Okay, so here first change the method to put. Okay, and here specify the URL /localhost 4000 API v1 task and rename it my to update, replace it update, and here you will have to give the ID of your task. Okay, so as you can see, this user does not have any task in his database. So get my task, I don't have any task. As you can see, it says empty array. So first I will create a new task. As you can see, I have created a new task, and now if I send my request to get my task, it shows my task which has a title. This is my title, and this task is created by zeeshu@gmail.com. So this is the ID of the task. So copy it and come here to update task, paste it here. Okay, now go to your body and in task controller come to your task controller again and send the new task as a response, okay, which is the updated one. So come back to your update task and now send it. As you can see that the body is empty, we are not sending anything, and it says that the title, this is my title, and this is this task is created by zeeshu@gmail.com. So for example, if I want to update my title, so how can I update it? Select row and select JSON format data, curly brackets, use title title and change it to updated title updated title. Okay, so send it. As you can see, my title has been updated to updated title. Okay, so for example, if I want to update my description Zeeshu task description. Okay, so updated. Now I want to send it. As you can see, my description has been also updated, so I can update my task. So this was the complete backend of our project for now, but we have to add a new middleware, which is our course for connecting the backend with our front end, but we will use it later. Okay, so I hope you like the backend. This I just want to summarize the whole backend, that what we have done till now. Okay, so this is our backend folder. Here we will start from the beginning. Config folder has a file config.env. Here we are storing all our variables which we want to which are our secret variables. Okay, so close it. After closing it, we have a new folder, controller has two controller files, task controller and user controller. Task controller has functions related to task, and user controller has functions related to user. And user controller has login and register functionalities also, and which also has some other which has the use of some other mechanism, like how to hash the password and how to create cookies. Okay, so I hope you understand this thing. And here we have another folder, database, which has a file db connection, and this file is only only one function to connect us to our database. Okay, so now close this one. Now open your middleware. In your middleware you have only one function file, auth.js. Auth.js has one function, is authenticated. This function is used as a middleware to authenticate our user. Okay, so after this we have another folder, models, which has two files, task schema and user schema, and we have another folder, node modules. And then we have another folder, router, which has the routes for our user and task. Okay, after this we have these files, app.js has some is few lines of code. Okay, which contains some middlewares and middlewares for routing and our connection with database and the route of our config file. Okay, so after this we have this server.js file, which has only which has only one responsibility to execute, to connect us to a port number or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so just close it. And I think our backend is now completed. Now we are going towards our front end. Okay guys, now open your front end folder. Okay, so open your terminal. As you can see, my backend is running. Don't close your backend. Split your terminal here and go to your front end folder, // first come out from your cd // okay, and run cls, and now go to your cd front end folder, cd front end. And as you know that if you want to create a new React app, how you can create it? You have to run this command, npm create @latest ./. Okay, press enter, and after pressing enter, it is asking that which framework you want to use. We are going to use our React, so press enter, and we are going to use JavaScript. Press enter. Now run this npm install command. It will install node modules for us. Okay, so npm install. One other thing is that I am not going to explain each and everything of React, because this is our backend tutorial, so I am not going to focus on CSS, on React, on other front-end technologies or mechanisms. Okay, so this is actually our backend tutorial, and my main topic is that how to connect front-end with backend and how they work together. Okay, so don't ask in comments that why you didn't explain the front-end part, or why you didn't explain that how React works and what are use states. Okay, so let's wait for it to complete. Wait. Anyway, it does not take time, but right now it's taking time, so we have to wait for it. Okay, I think it has been installed successfully in my system, and okay, please. Okay, so it has been installed. Now run this command cls. Okay, I want to install some dependencies. Npm install react router DOM, and after this I want to use Axios. Okay, so just press enter. I am going to use these two. Okay, okay, yeah, I want to install one other, which is import LUCIDE, import Lucid React, which is for React icons. Okay, so and okay, it's not import, it is npm install. Sometimes I forgot that how to install things. Okay, npm install Lucid React. It will install this Lucid React dependency or package in our front-end project. Okay, I think it has been installed successfully, but it's taking time. Okay, so okay, it has been installed. Now run this command npm run dev. After running this command, as you can see, there is a URL http localhost 5173. It means that our front end is running on this host. Okay, so press enter or press your mouse button. As you can see, I have zoomed in, so I have to zoom out 100%, and this is my front end. Okay, so what I want to do, copy this URL from here. Okay, not from here, from here. Copy your URL. After copying your URL, go to your backend and go to your config folder and go to your config.env file. Create a variable frontend underscore URL is equal to, paste your URL and remove the forward slash. Okay, save it, and then go to your app.js file, because I want to connect my frontend with my backend. Okay, so in your app.js, import course from course. I hope you remember that we have already installed it. Import course from course. Okay, and after this config, we have to use course as a middleware app.use course, and I have already explained that what is course, that how it works, and what options do we normally use with this middleware. Okay, so as you can see, origin. In origin, I am going to give them my frontend URL from my config file process.env. Go to your config and copy this. Copy the name of your frontend URL, process.env.frontend URL. Okay. After this, methods, which methods I am going to use in this project are get, post, put, and then delete. Okay. So after this, what I am going to use credentials, and credentials must be true. Now save it. After saving it, close your app.js file and config.env file and close your backend. And now go to your src folder in your front end. Delete the assets folder. I don't want it. Okay, so delete this. After deleting it, go to your app.css file. Make it empty. I don't want anything here. Go to your app.jsx file. Make it empty. I don't want anything here. I don't want the index.css file. Delete this one. Okay, so delete, and go to your main.jsx. As you know that we have just deleted our index.css file, so remove index.css file from here. Remove it, and then close your main.jsx, and in app.jsx run this with RAFCE. It will give you a template of React arrow function component. Okay, so save it. After saving it, import your app.css file. Import ./app.css file. Okay, so save it. Before going forward in our front end, I want to show you that which extensions you need to work with this. You need only this extension, okay? ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. You want this one, or if you don't want to download this one, you can download this one also. ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. You can use this one, okay? So download any one of these. I have both of them, okay? So yeah, just this one. You need this one, okay? So now close it, and here I am going to set up a router. And what is router in React? I am not going to explain it because it's not a React tutorial. So React router DOM, and here is our browser router is router, and here I am going to routes and route, okay? So here a router, okay, router router, and in router we have to set up routes, and in routes we need some route, okay? So route has two attributes, with one of them is path and the second one is element, but we have not created any element, so for now I'm not going to provide it here, okay? So we have 3 pages, just 3 pages, okay? So one is login, and the second one is register, and the first one is our home page. So in SRC, create a folder which is give it a name components, and in these components create 3 components: login.jsx, RAFCE, okay? Create another component, register.jsx, RAFCE, and now create your third component, home.jsx, RAFCE, okay? Now go to your app.jsx file, mention the elements for specify the elements for specific routes, okay? So home, okay, so after home, again set up the element or set the element for path login. So login, okay? So after login, what I am going to do, I am going to specify the element for register also. So register, okay, register. Now save it. After saving it, as you can see, optimize dependency change, again save it, everything working fine. Close this, and go to your app.css file. I am going to do some CSS margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, what is this, box sizing border box, and overflow x hidden, okay? So save it. After saving it, go to your home file and make it an empty fragment and write here home, okay? Save it. As you can see, home has been written here, you can see it, okay? So now again I am going to zoom out, okay? Zoom out, and yeah, I want one another component which is over navbar, navbar, navbar.jsx, RAFCE, and go to your app.jsx, use navbar out from your routes component, routes tag, okay? So where is it? Navbar, navbar, okay? Now save it. After saving it, close this one, close and close it, okay? So first of all, you have to use context book for authentication purpose, okay? So go to your main.jsx file, create a use context hook. So how to create it, or now we will see it. So export const context is equal to create context, and here is our is AUTHENTICATED is authenticated, and make its value false, okay? So save it for now. Now I am going to create a new component here, which is const app wrapper is equal to which is an arrow function component, okay? So I hope you know about it, that what is arrow function component. Const something is equal to use state, and here in use state the initial value is false, okay? And copy this is authenticated, copy it is authenticated, pasted here is authenticated, and then set is authenticated, okay? So set is authenticated. Now I want to create a new use state for user. User comma set user. Now I just want to tell you that what is this use state. So it means that is authenticated is a variable and its initial value is false. But if you want to change its value from false to true, you have to you can invoke this one, set is authenticated. Okay, so there is another variable user which has the initial value as an empty object, and if you want to change the value of user, or you want to store the user in your user variable, you can store in it by calling this set user. Okay, so after this type return. Okay, and here in parenthesis use context dot provider. Okay, so in this context dot provider, copy this app from here, cut it and paste it here, and in this context dot provider you have to give it a you have to write this attribute value and copy all these fields here. Okay, so copy them and paste them here. Okay, and I think you have to paste them in double brackets. Okay, so copy these two also and paste them. Okay, after pasting all of them in your react.strict mode, come here and paste your this component app wrapper. Okay, so I hope you understand the mechanism that how all these things working. First we created a use context, a create context, we created a context, and then we created a component, and in this component we are using context.provider, and in this context.provider we are sending these four use state values, and in these four values can be accessible in this app component, and this app component is this app.jsx file, and this app.jsx file can be accessed from all these files. Okay, so and then the app wrapper, we are wrapping our app wrapper in this react.strict mode. Okay, so now save it. As you can see, this is a warning message, so save it. It is not an error, it is just a warning. Okay, so save it again. After saving all of this, go to your register page and just make it empty. Okay, so first of all create a section, and after this give it a name, class name, auth. Okay, and here create a form, and in this form remove it and write h3, which is register, register, and after register use a div tag, and in this div tag use input, and before input type a label, remove html4 and write your name. Okay, your name, type text, and it is required. Okay, so required, and one other thing is placeholder. Okay, so the placeholder is enter your name. Okay, and create use states for name, email, and phone. So create something is equal to use state. Okay, so initial value will be empty string. So first one is name comma set name. After this one, second will be email, set email. Third one will be phone comma set phone, and fourth one is password, PASSWORD, password comma set password. Okay, so after this, in this input tag, the value will be value name, and on change attribute, what I am going to do, I am going to set the new value to this name, set name e dot target dot value. Okay, so now save it. As you can see, we have a div tag. In this div tag we have wrapper and input. Now copy this one and paste it. Okay, so after pasting it, rename it your name to your email. Okay, so change the type from text to email and enter your email. Okay, and change the value from name to email, and change from set name to set email. Okay, save it. Now again copy this div tag here, copy it once more and once more. Okay, so change it from your name to your phone, and change it to number, and then enter your phone number, okay, and change the value from email to phone, and change the change value from set email to set phone, okay, and then come here to your last field, set your password, okay, and type password, enter your password, okay, enter your password, and change the value from email to PASSWORD password, and set email to set password, okay. Now save all of these, and after this div, create a button, give it a type SUBMIT, submit, and register, okay. Now save it. After saving it, open your terminal side by side with your Chrome, okay. So where is my Chrome? How to open, okay. So as you can see, it is working fine for now. Here is my VS Code, and here is this other thing, which is my browser. So go to your login page. As you can see, my login page here has nothing to show. Why? Because I was working on my register, that's why. Go to your register, okay, register, save, not register, just register. As you can see, I have this text, register your name, email. So first of all, I want to design my page. How to design it? Go to your app.css file, and here .auth, display, flex, justify content, center, align items, center, and minimum height is 100 viewport height. Save it, okay. So after this .auth has the display flex, okay. So flex direction is column here in .auth form, okay. So as you can see, I want to give some gap, like about 20 px. Is it enough? Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is okay. And after this, what I want, the align items, center, and after this, what I'm going to do, .auth form and div, just give it the display flex and flex direction column, and the gap should be 7 px. Save it, okay. So and then each div tag must have the width 400 px. Is it okay? Or 320 px, okay. And after this, what I want the font size 20 px globally, font size 20 px, okay. It looks good, okay. Now copy this one from here. After copying, after div, write this input, and what I want to give it some padding from top to bottom, 3 px, and 7 px, and horizontally 3 px. Save it, okay. Now it looks good. After this, I have an h3 tag, okay, h3 element or h3 title, whatever you want to call it. The font size of this h3 should be 32 px. Does it look good? Important, okay. Save it. I think it's not h3. Let's see, is it h3 or something else? Yes, it is h3 dot font div h3. As you can see, register has this h3 is higher font, okay. The size is, and we don't need to use this important. Save it again. And after all of this, I want to give some letter spacing about 1.5 px. Save it. Now it looks good. And margin bottom 15 px. Save it, okay. So now I want to design my button. How to design it? BUTTON button. Give it some background. Background should be blue. It does not look good. I want to give it a beautiful background, like this one. Save it. Still it is not looking good. I'm going to give a beautiful background, okay. Now save it. 563 253, okay. Save it. I don't want any border none, and padding should be 10 px from top to bottom, and horizontally I want the padding of 30 px, and the width should be 320 px. Save it. And I want the color of text to be white, hashtag triple F, and the font weight should be 600. I think it's okay. And I want some letter spacing which should be 1 px. Okay. And the font weight should be 500. Okay. So I have done everything. Yeah. And as you can see, when I click on this button, my page will refresh. Okay. So it is for now it is not refreshing. Now I think it is enough for now. What I am going to do, I am going to connect my form with my backend. So for this I have to create a function here. So how to do it? Create a function const handle register is equal to something like this e. Okay, this is an async function. And what I am going to do, const destructure data is equal to await axios, import axios from axios. Okay, I have imported axios, and then axios dot post. And after posting, what I want that first of all I have to give the URL. So for register, if you want to register the user, this is your URL which you have already stored in your Postman. So copy it from here, copy the URL and go to your register file and paste it here. And after this, as you can see, it asks for the data. Which data you want to provide? I want to provide name, email, password and phone. Okay. So after this, it will ask for some other options which are with credentials, true, and the content and the headers. Headers contain content type, and the content type must be application /JSON. Okay. So now save it. After saving it, as you can see from axios.post, what I want to wrap it in try catch block, and copy it from here, cut it and paste it here, and then use this thing here. What I want to toast a message. So if you want to toast a message, you can install your toast package library. So first close your terminal, cls, and npm install react hot toast. Okay, so I am going to install react hot toast for fancy alert messages. Okay, it has been installed successfully. Now again run your terminal, npm run dev, and then import toast. It is not importing. I will import it here. So how to import? For now it is not working. I think import toast from react hot toast. Okay, and here as you can see, toast dot success data dot message. It will toast the message which will come from over this request as a response, and we are destructuring the data from this axios.post. Okay, so after doing all of this, if some error occurs, then what we are going to toast dot error, and the error is error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, so save it. After saving all these things, go to your front end and send the message. Enter your name. It asks for the name. So alex@gmail.com, and then enter your phone 1234, and then enter your password 12345678. Okay, so I am going to register my user. As you can see, my page just refreshed, nothing happened. So why? As you know that when you submit a form, your page refreshes. So in your form tag here, you have to specify the function on submit, that when your form submits, which function you want to execute. we want to execute a handler register, and in handler register we have to tackle the behavior of our form, which for example, when you, as you have already seen, that when we register our form, the page refreshes. So to tackle this this issue, we are using e.prevent default. Now save it. After saving it, again come here to your register. Okay, so now enter your name. I am going to enter the name CodeWithZeeshu. Okay, so the email is code@gmail.com, and my phone number 1234, my password 12345678. Okay, so now register. Still waiting. Did something happen? No, nothing is happening. Why? So let's see for the errors in our terminal. Nothing happened. When I click on this button, it says HTTP localhost API v1 user bad request. Why is it a bad request? So tell me, bro, why? It says 400. So why am I facing this issue? Register line number 13. So const data await axios.post. We are specifying we are giving the same URL, and it accepts name, email, password, phone. Okay, so with credentials are true, and the headers has content type application /JSON. There is no issue, I think, but still I will debug. Okay, so go to your controller, user controller, and the error says that 400 bad request, user already exists. So I think I have not registered any user with this email. Please fill full form. If not name, not email, not phone, not password. So let's debug these values. CRG. Okay, so console.log, where is it? It's still loading, and I am going to print all these values: name, email, phone, password. Print them, and now I am going to send the request again. Okay, so register. As you can see, I am getting all the values: CodeWithZeeshu and code@gmail.com, and my name, my phone number, and the password. I can get all my values. So why is it happening? Why I am facing this issue? So let's come back and see what is the issue. axios.post handler register.jsx line number 13. Okay, so I'm sending everything: name, email, password, and phone. Just send it. Let's do something different. If I write here that console.log CRG, comma is not working, object, this user already exists, error. Okay, so copy the same error from here and paste it in the above one. Okay, here, and this error shows that you are not providing all data. Okay, so save it again, and after saving it, now again come here and send the request register. So this user already exists here. So this is the error, that this user already exists. So I think this user does not exist. How is it possible? So just change the email to coding@gmail.com, and now again register. So after registering again, my user has been registered, but I cannot see the toast message. Okay, so I have been registered successfully. There is no issue in my code. You can remove this thing, and you can remove this thing from here. There is no issue. I have done a very silly mistake, and I am going to show you that what is this mistake. Go to your app.jsx, and after your routes, you have to verify, you have to write this component or to toaster, and toaster will be imported from React hot toast. Now save it, and again come here, and after coming here, now if you click on this register, as you can see, user already exists. Now you can see the error user already exists. And now if you register a new user coding 22@gmail.com, so now it shows user registered. So I hope now you understand that it is working. Okay, so after this we will move to our next function, login. Okay, so let's go to our login component and just make it empty, and then go to your register component. Then copy your section tag from head to tail. Okay, so copy this one, and then again come back to your login component and paste it. Okay, so after pasting it, what I want, go to your register component again. Okay, so now copying all these things like use states and this function, copy it, and again come back to your login component and then paste it here. Okay, so after pasting it, again go back to your register component and copy all these things. Okay, after copying them, again come back to your login component and replace with this one. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, go to your login component. As you can see, I am going to my login, login login. So this is my login component, and it says register. The front end is exactly same because we copied our exact code. Okay, so remove name use state and phone use state. I only want these two, email and password. As I have already showed you in my backend, that go to your controller, user controller. As you can see, our login component, our login function accepts only two fields, which include our email and password. Okay, so that's why I am only sending email and password from my front end. Okay, so after this, rename your function handle login, and now copy this and replace with this one. On submit, I want to execute handle login function. After that, what I want, this is our try catch block, and then const data, we are destructuring the data. Everything will be same. Just change your URL, replace register with login, and then replace this data, set this data. I am only sending email and password. Okay, after this, with credentials to headers content type application /JSON. Okay, there is no need to change anything. After this, toast.success respond data.message, and then if some error occurs, then toast the error. Okay, so after all of this, come here, just rename your title login, and then come here. I don't want the name field while logging in our user, so remove the first div tag. After this, don't remove email, and remove this phone tag. Okay, so remove this one, just leave these two, email and password. Now save them, and after saving, change the text of your button from register to login, and now save it. After saving it, go back to your component, and as you can see here, I have this login and your email, your password. So when I click on this button login, it says this field is required. Okay, so we will enter our data, zeeshu@gmail.com, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. I know my password is incorrect. I just want to show you that our error will toast here. Okay, so click on this button login. It says invalid email or password. Okay, so now I am going to provide the right password, but I am going to change my email 1 2 3, and this email does not exist. Okay, so again click on this button login, invalid email or password. So this time I am going to provide the correct email and correct password. And I also want to show you one other thing, inspect. And after inspecting, as you can see here, this application tab, click on this one. After clicking here, as you can see, where are my cookies? Cookies, and in this, click on these cookies. As you can see here, cookies, and in this cookies, here is a URL of our frontend, HTTP localhost 5173. Click on this. As you can see, there is nothing, right? Name, value, this is just empty. Now when I log in, I just logged in my user logged in, and as you can see, the token has been generated. Okay, So now we have authorized our user. Okay, our user is now authenticated. Now just refresh your page, and as you can see, our token is not removing, it is still here. Okay, so now what I want that when my user is login, I do not want to I don't want that my user should be able to access to that page. My user should be able to access to that page only when he is not authenticated. So how to do this? First of all, go to your navbar. Okay, so after going to your navbar, make this an empty fragment, write nav, and this nav will have some buttons like or ring tag link. Remove link from React Router DOM, and first will be home, and then after home, logout. Okay, so after logout, here is our ring tag home. Yeah, just remove this one. I don't want this. Okay, I want home and logout, and in this what I want to write this to when someone clicks on this home button, it will redirect us to forward slash. Okay, so for logout, I have to create the logout functionality. So how can I do it? For this, go to your login component and copy this function. As it is, copy this function and copying, and now come back to your navbar and paste it here. After pasting it, just rename it handle logout, and then e.prevent default, it will remain same. And yeah, import your XUOs. Okay, so import and change the method from post to get. Okay, so after this, change your URL to login from logout. Okay, and when we are getting the data, we do not need to send something. We do not need to send the data. So remove this, and after this, as you can see, with credentials will remain the same. Okay, so remove this curly brackets with credentials true. Okay, so now just save it. We do not need to send the other thing. What was it? Our headers. We do not need to set headers when we are working with get method. Okay, so after this, import toast. As you can see, toast has been imported. Okay, toast.success and toast.error, everything is fine. And now come here for on-click functionality, handle logout. When someone clicks on logout, the user will be logged out and the token will be removed. Okay, so now save this. After saving it, what I want, as you can see here, logout. When I click on this logout, user logged out, and when again I want, if I click on this button again, it says user not authenticated. That user is not authenticated, he cannot log out again. So again, inspect, and after inspecting, go to your application, and as you can see, my token has been removed. So I hope now you understand that how all these things work. So after this, what I want, I just want to give it some style. So let's style it first. Okay, so style it. Okay, so what I want, go to your app.css file, nav, and in nav tag, padding top and bottom 20 px, and on left and right 40 px. The backend should the background, I want the background hashtag 111. I want the color hashtag FFF. Save it. After saving it, display flex, justify content flex, and save it. After saving it, gap, I want the gap of 20 px, and in nav tag a, I want the color hashtag FFF, and then what I want, I don't want the text decoration none. Save it. As you can see, on logout. So this is our simple navbar. I don't want to style it more than that. Okay, so now what I want to do some changes. As you can see, now if I log in again, zeeshu@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, my user has been logged in and I am still on that page. I have not, and when I go to my home, I am on my home page, and if I again go to my login, /login, I can still go to that page, but I don't want my user, I don't want that my user should be access to that login page if he is login. So how to do it? If you want to do this function, implement this functionality, you can do that. Go to your app.jsx file here, use effect. Okay, so make sure use effect has been imported here. Okay, so dependency should be empty, and what I want here, I want that create a function const get user is equal to something like this. This is our arrow function, and in this function I want that const data is equal to await xus import xus dot get. I want to get my user. So for getting the user, what was our function, what was our URL? So go to your Postman here, and as you can see, we have a URL, we have a specialized URL for getting the user, get user. So copy this. Okay, copy this one and come back here and paste it here. Okay, after this, comma, curly brackets with credentials true. Okay, so after this, what I want that if this success. Okay, so if this is successful, if my user has been fetched from our data, from our function successfully, then what I want to set my user here. As you can see in my main.jsx, I have a use context for is authenticated, set is authenticated, user, set user. So copy all these fields, come back here, and here import them. Const something is equal to use context and context. Okay, so I have imported all these fields from my use context. So I want that if my user has been fetched successfully, so I want to set my user, set user data dot user. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, and yeah, this one set is authenticated to true, and if some error occurs, so what I want that use dot then. Okay, so dot then, or you can use try catch block. Okay, so use try catch block in this function, try catch, and copy all these fields from here, cut them and paste them here. Okay, and in this catch block, what I want, set is authenticated false, and set user this one. Okay, so user will be an empty object if some error occurs. Okay, in this dependency field, what I want in this dependency field shows that this function will execute if the value in this dependency field changes. Okay, so what I want is authenticated. If the value of is authenticated changes, then I want to execute this function. Okay, so now what I want, come here, get user, call this function. After calling it, save this. Now again copy this thing from here. Okay, after copying it, go to your login function and paste it here. Okay, so after pasting it, is authenticated, set is authenticated, user, set user, and yeah, you have to import context and use context, import it. Okay, use context, and now after toast.success, what I want to set my user, set user data dot user. Okay, and after this, in our I just want to authenticate my user, set is authenticated true. Okay, so my user has been authenticated, and now if I again come back to my function here, it has some error. So let's see what is this error about, why we are facing this error. It says that failed to execute remove child. Okay bro, no need to worry about these errors. Okay, I think I have imported some field, set is authenticated, and set is authenticated. Where is this error coming from? This error is coming from my react. Okay, I don't understand that where is this error coming from. Okay, no need to worry about this error. Again, come back to your, so let's first make it comment it. Okay, so for now this is working, there is no error. If I import something from here like this, and context has been imported and use context is also imported, and it is working fine for now. So what is the error? I don't know. Save it, and after saving it, error is still in my terminal. Create root. You are calling React DOM client.create root on a container that has already been passed on create root before. Instead, call root.render on the existence root instead if you want to update it. MERN.jsx line number 22. Okay, so the error is coming from our MERN.jsx line number 22. Line number 22. Okay, so I don't know what is the error about, why I am facing this error. There is nothing wrong for now. Go to your login and again set is authenticated to true, and now refresh it again. So I just want to check. So as you can see, there is no error. If I log in my user again, zeeshu@gmail.com, and here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 my user has been logged in, but I am still on that page. So now what I want to import use navigate. So how to use const navigate 2 is equal to use navigate. We will import use navigate from our React Outer DOM. So after this, here I want to write an if condition that if is authenticated, if our user is authenticated, then navigate our user to /. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, as you can see, now I am here on my home page, and if I try to go to my logout page /logout, no, not logout, I want to go to my login page. So I cannot go to my login page. Okay, so now I hope you understand that how all these things working. If I again click /login, it is not working. Okay, so go to your register component also and import some fields like const something is equal to use context, and import context also, and write is authenticated, and come here, write if is authenticated, if our user is authenticated. I hope I have imported it here. Okay, so copy this one from here and paste it here. If is authenticated, yeah, you also have to import use navigate my user, navigate to /. Okay, so save it. After saving it, I want to go to my register /register register, and as you can see, it says is authenticated is not defined. Why it is not defined? So const is authenticated and use context has also been imported, and context is also imported, then why it is not defined? Why? Okay, so I have to use it out of my function from a handler register. I accidentally, by mistake, I just imported in my handler register. So now save it. After saving it, it will work for now. Now it will work. Refresh your page, it is working. There is no error in my terminal. Everything working fine. Okay, so as you can see, if I click on this button /register, it again redirects me to my home page. And if I click on if I go to my /login, it again redirects me to my home page. And here, go to your home component, write the same condition, const something is equal to is authenticate, const something is equal to use context, and here is authenticated, and then import navigate, const navigate 2 is equal to use navigate. Okay, so here write if condition, if is authenticated, if not is authenticated, if our user is not is authenticated, then navigate my user to navigate to /login. Okay, now save it. After saving it, as you can see here, if I log out my user, log out, nothing happened. Why? Because on our logout functionality, as you can see here, where is it? In our nav bar, if it's success, I have to change the state of my is authenticated. So how to change the state? Const something is equal to use context, and then context, and set is AUTHENTICATED. Import it, then copy it, then paste it here. So set is authenticated to false. If my user successfully logs out, then change the value of is authenticated to false. Okay, now save it. After saving it, refresh your page, and after refreshing your page, I am on my login page. Okay, so if I log in my user zeeshu@gmail.com 12345678, it redirected me to my home page. This is my home page, and if I log out, I am again on my login page. Okay, so there is an error: cannot update a component browser router while rendering a different component to home. Okay, locate the bait set state code inside home. Follow the stack tree. Okay, no need to worry about it. We will just see it. We will see it later. Okay, so no need to worry. Now there is one other issue. This thing, as you can see, when I am not logged in, I can still see that home button. Okay, and I can still go to my home page, right? And I think my user is not logged in, right? Log out, and I can still go to my home page. So how to do it? Go to your home component. It says that if user is not authenticated, then send the user to login. Okay, so my user is not authenticated, then how I can still access to my home page? How is it possible? So if not is authenticated, then navigate to /login. Okay, so okay, I am again on my home page. So refresh it, and if I go to my login page, okay, so now I cannot access to my login page. But if I click on this URL, I can access to my URL page, to my home page. I have to hide this URL if my user is not logged in. So how to hide it? So let's do something about it. Go to your navbar, and here write this is authenticated. Where is it? Import is authenticated. Okay, so if is authenticated and then paste it, then show this one. Okay, so if user is not is authenticated, don't show do not show this content. So as you can see, there is no content. And if I log in zeeshu@gmail.com 12345678, and now I log in, I can see my navbar, and I am successfully redirected to my home page. Okay, so now I hope you understand that how all these things work. So close your navbar, close your register component, close your home component, close your register URL, close your app.css, close everything. Okay, so now what I am going to do, I am going to create this to work on my last component, which is over home page, and here I am going to show you that how to create a new task, how to update it, how to delete it. So let's start it. Okay guys, as you can see, there is an error. You should call navigate in a react.useEffect, not when your component is first rendered. So what does it mean? It says that if you want to use your navigate, you have to wrap it in your useEffect. So how to do it? You use your useEffect hook. Okay, so here add a dependency, that add a dependency is authenticated, and now move this code into your useEffect hook. Now save it. After saving it, come back here. As you can see, there is another error. So first refresh it, then we will see that is there any error. So now it says cannot update a component browser router while rendering a different component login to locate the bait set state code inside login. So again come back to your login component, and here as you can see, we are coding over is authenticated outside of our useEffect hook. So code useEffect, and then here add the dependency to this useEffect, which is our is authenticated, and move your this if condition into your useEffect. Okay, so after this, go to your register component also, and here what I want, do the same thing, use effect. Okay, So press enter, and here is authenticated will be used as a dependency. Now save, close everything, and I hope this time our errors are solved. So come back and refresh it, and after refreshing everything there is no error in my terminal. Okay, so now let's start our home, or let's start working on our home component. And first of all, I want to use this div. I want to create a section. Okay, so this section will have a div tag. This div tag will have an h1 title. Create your task. Okay, so here I want a div tag, and this div tag should have an input, and I want a button with this input button. This input will have some text, some placeholder. So placeholder, your task title. Okay, so after this input tag I also want another input tag, so copy this one and paste it here. The second one should not be input tag, it should be in text, it should be a text area. Paste it, and in text area we do not need to provide the type. Okay, so remove it. I just want to provide give this placeholder attribute, and this placeholder will have the value your task description. Okay, so your task description. Now save this, and in this button give some text to this button, create task. Okay, now save it. After saving it, create some use states. So come back here, const something is equal to use state, import it, and the initial value will be empty. title title, set title, paste it, DESCRIPTION description, copy it and then paste it here, and use capital D, set description. Okay, save this. After saving it, come back to your input. This will have a value, the value will be title, and on change what I want, on change set title, write E here. Okay, so E dot target dot value. Okay, now copy title and on change. After copying it, then paste them in your text area also, and replace the title with description, and also what I want more, DESCRIPTION description, and go to your set title, replace set title with set description. Okay, save it. After saving it, come back here, and as you can see there are so many errors I think, but there is no error. Thank God there is no error. As you can see I have my title, my description, and create task. Okay, so no need to worry about anything. Now after I have to give a title to this div tag, class name, create task. Okay, so create task. After this I want to create another div tag which will have all my tasks. Okay, so div class name tasks, and these tasks will have something like my tasks. Okay, save it. After saving it, come back my task. Let's first we will style it. Okay, so if you want to style it, how you can do it? First open your VS Code on the left side, go to your app.css file. Where is it? app.css. And after opening your app.css, what I want that the height of my, I don't want the height. Okay, so what I want, I am going to add some section, class name T home, HOME home. So this home will have some things like save it, dot home, and this home padding top and bottom 50 px and left and right 20 px. I think this padding is not working. Why? Okay, now this is working. It is working fine. Now I want to add some other things like dot home and dot create task. We will have a display flex and flex direction column. Okay, so after flex direction column, this h1 is outside of my div. Okay, so now what I want, dot home h1 will have a margin bottom with 20 px. I think it is enough. Okay, 20 px, and the font size should be 32 px. It is more than enough. Okay, for after this, what I want, the text align center. Come back to your create task, add some gap, 10 px, save it. After saving it, copy all these things, all these classes, copy them, and input tag. In my input tag, I want the padding top and bottom 7 px, and left and horizontally 3 px, and the font size should be 20 px. Save it. After saving it, come back, copy the same thing, paste it here, and change the input to text area. Save it. As you can see, it has been styled, and I want to add some rows to my text area. So ROWS rows 10. Save it. After saving it, as you can see, now it is looking good. Now I want to style my button, create task. So let's style it. BUTTON button. I want to add some padding. Padding should be 10 px, and yeah, I think 10 px is okay. I don't want the border none, and NONE none. The background should be background hashtag BLUE blue. Yeah, I don't want this background, I want to change it. So what background should I select? Let's select this one, and I want to change the color of my text, color hashtag FFF, and save it. As you can see, create task. Okay, so it has been done. I don't want to add more than that anything. Okay, so go to your home.jsx, create a function for adding a task. So how to create a new task? Or first of all, I will try to get all my tasks. So how to get all tasks? Const get all tasks is equal to this function and this. Okay, so now use your try catch block. Try catch const data is equal to await xcos, import xcos. Okay, dot get. This is my function for creating or for getting all tasks. Okay, so use async here with credentials true. Okay, so let's maximize the screen of our VS Code. After this, what I want that I want to add the URL that how to get all the tasks, which was the URL for getting all tasks. So open your task routes, get my tasks. Okay, after coming here, just copy all your tasks, copy them on, and then paste your URL here. Okay, so now create a new use state const tasks comma set tasks is equal to use state. Okay, it will be an empty array initially, and then if all tasks are fetched successfully, then set tasks data dot tasks. I think if I go to my get my task, so let's see what is the response. Okay, so as you can see, tasks copy and here paste with tasks. Okay, so now it is working, it will work. If some error occurs, what I want, set tasks to an empty array. Okay, so after all of this, you have to call this function get all tasks. Okay, here in your use state, get all tasks. Okay, now save it. After saving it, get my tasks. I don't need to do anything here. Close it, and then close it also. And here come to your my task, make it empty. And here what I want to write curly brackets, and as you can see, tasks dot tasks, and then if tasks exist and tasks dot length is greater than 0, then do this. If it is less than 0 or equal to 0, then do this. Okay, so here what I want to add some, I want to send a title that h1 no tasks created. Okay, so no, you don't have any task. Okay, so no tasks created. And here what I want to send all my tasks if they are found successfully. So how to send them? Tasks dot map element. If you don't know about how to use map method or filter method and how do they work, I have already uploaded a JavaScript video on my channel, so you can go and watch it. But if you don't want to watch that video, you can also watch someone else's video to understand that how these things work. Okay, so element here return, and in this return tag I want a div tag, and in this div tag give it a key. Okay, so element dot underscore id is coming from our database, and as you know, id is always unique, so you have to provide a unique data as a key. Okay, so here what I want, h1 tit element dot title. First my title will render here, and then the description. How to do this? Why is it not working? Okay, so element dot description, element dot description, save it. After saving it, come back, refresh it, and as you can see, Zeeshu task description updated. So I can see my task and description successfully, so it is working. Now what I want to style it a little bit, so I will give it a proper name, class name, CARD, card. Okay, so what to do now? I am going to my app.css file, and I am going to add some CSS. So let's edit. Where is it? Here is my home component, and it has these tasks. So let's copy dot home dot tasks, and it will have a display flex, and the flex direction will be column, and the gap will be 20 px, not 20, just 12 px. Just save it. After saving it, dot home dot tasks, and after dot tasks dot card, the card will have display flex, and flex direction will be column. Okay, so after this what I want, where is it? Why is it not working for me? Flex direction column. As you can see, the card should have the flex direction column. So but still I am getting them in this sense. This is the title, Zeeshu task description updated. So if I remove this one and save this, and then again refresh my page, Zeeshu task description, so I cannot access to my title. Okay, so this is only my description. So why I can't okay, so this is my title. Now I understand. Now okay, no need to worry about anything. It is also should be p tag. As you can see, updated title and tasks. Okay, so what I want to give some borders, border border 1 px solid gray, and the border radius border border radius 7 px, and the padding should be 10 px from top to bottom and 4 px from left to right. Save it. After saving it, what I want, I am going to my home component. As you can see here, I want display flex, and the flex direction should be column, and the gap should be 50 px. Save it. So it is not working. Why is it not working? This is my home component. It has one div. Okay, so where is this one div ending? Okay, this is ending here. Remove this div and remove this div. Save it. Again refresh your page. As you can see, now the style has been updated. Here are my tasks, updated title, and Zeeshu task description updated. So again go to your app.css, and here in your card target the first p tag pay first child, and in first child I want the font size to be 27 px and I want the font weight 600. Save it. As you can see, the title, this title has font weight 600 and the font size 600 px, and the margin bottom should be 12 px. Save it. Now it is working fine. Now there is no issue. So now let's go to our home component, and now we will create a function that how to add a new task. So come here, const const add task is equal to async, and then here, as you can see, try catch block, and in this try catch block what I want, const, I want to destructure the data is equal to await xeos dot post. I want to post the data, and then as you can see, add task. So copy the URL of your adding task. So copy this and then paste it here, and we have to provide the data. The data includes title and description. Okay, so description. After this I have to add some other fields which include with credentials. With credentials must be true, and we have to add headers. So we only provide one header which is content type, and the content types should be application /JSON. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, what I want that I want to toast a message, toast.success, and here I want to do this. I want to toast the message data.message. Okay, save it. And if a new task has been created successfully, then I want to again execute this function get or task. So get or task, I want to call this function. After this, if some error occurs, then toast the error. Okay, toast.error data no error dot response dot data dot message. Now save it, and after saving it, add your come back here on button and add this function on click, and if someone clicks on this button, execute this function create or add task. Okay, so save it. After saving it, come back and refresh your page, and as you can see, everything is working fine. And if I click on this button create task, nothing happens. Okay, so open your terminal, inspect. At least something should happen. If I click on this button, nothing is happening here. Why? Create task, nothing is working. So add task, and here is my add task function async. The function is executing successfully, and if some error occurs, so let's remove this thing from here. Now come back, and as you can see, there is an error. It says it is a over context error. We have nothing to do with this. Create task, please provide both title and description. Okay, so now we can see our error. So as you can see, I have only one task, updated title, issue task, description updated. I want to add a new task, frontend task, and this is my description. Okay, so create task created, and as you can see, a new task has been added here. Okay, so now I hope you understand that how all these things are working. So again, come back here. Now I am going to create a new function for deleting a task. So copy this one. Okay, copy this, paste it here, and change the data. Where is it? delete, rename it delete task. It will accept an ID of a task which you want to delete, and then change the method from post to delete, xeos.delete. Change the URL for deleting the task. Copy the URL from here. Wait, it is taking some time. Copy the URL and come back to your home component and change your URL, and use backticks. Okay, so backticks, paste your URL and remove the ID, because we are working with the dynamic ID. So use dollar curly brackets and enter your ID here. Okay, so after this, remove this title and description, and remove this headers attribute from here. Just leave this with credentials true here. Okay, so don't remove it. After this, rate it here, toast.success data.message, don't remove it, and get.message, don't remove this one, and don't remove this one. So leave it everything and save your component. And here I want to create a button. I want to add a div in our card, and this div will have two buttons, button, one for delete and the other one for update. Okay, so now I am going to implement the delete functionality. So delete task, and this delete, and what I want to send the ID of my element when I click on this function. Okay, so as you can see, it accepts an ID. So element dot underscore ID. Now save it. After saving it, come back here and refresh your component, and after refreshing it, there is no error in my terminal. And as you can see, I have two buttons. First of all, I want to design them, because designing is necessary for me. So app.css, and come back here. Again, open your terminal or your VS Code on the left side. So where is it? Here, app.css. I want to copy all these things, .card, .home, .tasks, .card, and in this card I have a div tag. I want to the display flex, I want the justify content flex, and I want the gap of 15 px, and I want the line item center. Save them. As you can see, delete and update are here. So after this, what I want in this div tag, I have these buttons, but I want to add some styling to these buttons. So where is my first button? I think here is it. So copy everything from here. Okay, so copy the text and then paste it here. Change the padding from 10 px and 30 px. Okay, and I don't want any borders. So button, as you can see, the first button is delete. So for first child, I want the background red. Okay, so change the background, remove it, red red, but I don't want this red color, it's too dark. I am going to make it a little bit lighter. Okay, so the color should be white. Now again paste this one and change them, child, not first child, last child. Okay, and I want yellow color, so for now use this color. Okay, and I want the color black, hashtag 111. Now save it. As you can see, delete button, update button, everything is working fine. So let's see, does it button work or not. If I click on delete, I am going to delete the first one. So let's delete it. Delete, my first title has been deleted, and here was the message delete task. So if I delete the second one, so as you can see, no tasks created, everything is working fine. So let's create a new task. New task, the description of new task is here. Okay, so now create it. Here is my new task. Okay, so let's come back here and add our last functionality, which is updating task. So copy this from here. Okay, after copying it, give it a new name, delete task, no update, task, update task, and change the method from delete to put method. As you can see here, delete.put, and change the URL. So what was our URL for updating? Come here to your update task and copy the URL. Copy it, come back to your home component and replace the URL. And as you can see, the ID will be dynamic. So use $curly brackets ID. And as you know that this time we are updating the data. So this time we also need to send the data. So how to send it? As you know that after curly brackets, it asks for the data. So title and description. Okay, so title and description. After this, what I am going to know, I am not going to send this title and description because this will be the new data. Okay, so how to do it for this time? This time it will be a little bit difficult. So let's do it. I am going to just comment it for now, and we will start work on this. Okay, So because it is a little bit complicated. Okay guys, so let's add our final functionality or Rust functionality, whatever you want to say. Okay, so update task. So how can we update the task? First of all, I will suggest you that remove this function from here. We will create it from scratch. Okay, so create a function const update task. Okay, is equal to async. It will accept an ID. It is an arrow function, and then const updated task. Updated task, it will accept the new data of the task. Okay, so is equal to task. Where are my tasks? As you can see here, this task I am targeting this one. Okay, so tasks dot find, it will find the task, and then here task, after this task dot underscore id equal id. I am saying that find the task whose id is equal to the id of to this id. Okay, so after this, what I am going to do, I am going to use my try catch block. If you want to use try catch block, you can do it, but for now I am going to use then and catch. So how to use it? Await axios dot put method, and here paste your URL for updating the task. Come here and paste your URL, and here use backticks, paste it, then remove the ID. We are working with the dynamic ID, so use curly brackets ID. After this, use comma and send the new data of this task, updated task. As you can see here, updated task. So make sure you are using this updated task. Okay, and then use comma curly brackets and send with credentials true. Okay, so with credentials are true. If you want to send the headers, you can also send it, but now I don't want to send them. Okay, so save it. After this, as you can see here, this parenthesis, after this parenthesis, use dot then response, and in response I want to toss dot success. In this toss dot success, what I want to response dot data dot message. I want to toss my message, but if some error occurs, what I want to toss my error. So how to toss the error? Toss dot error and error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, save it. For now, right now this will not work. We have to do some other things. It is just the function. Okay, this function does not work automatically. So first of all, I will create and handle input change, and where I will use it, I am going to show you later in this video. Okay, so first let's create it. Const handle input change. Handle input change is equal to here. Okay, so this handle input change will accept some parameters which include id of my task. Okay, the field that on which field I am working, and then the value. Okay, so after this, come here, click on this, use set tasks. I am setting these tasks. Okay, set tasks. Okay, so set tasks, previous tasks, I am targeting the previous tasks. Okay, and in this previous task, use this previous tasks dot map method, and in this map method use task, and what I want here, I want to directly use this parenthesis, and here make sure you are using parenthesis, not square brackets. Okay, so remove it here, remove it from here, and also remove it from here. Okay, so here in this task, what I want this task dot underscore id equal task id. Where is it? Task id. If these two things are equal, if the id of my task and the id which is sent from my task, if they are equal, then what I want that dot this is spread operator. Okay, so dot task, and then I am using the field value. If they are not equal, then what I want my task which is its initial value. Okay, so now save it. After saving it, we have to do a little change in our card. Okay, so go to your card. As you can see here, what I want to remove it. I want input tag, and in this input tag the type will be text, and the value will be element dot title, and after this I want unchanged, and in this unchanged what I want e, and here as you can see handle input change. In this handle input change, I am going to send the ID of my task. As you can see, it suggests me task ID element._id. I send my ID, and then the name of this field, which is title, after this the new value, which is e.target.value. Okay, so it is working fine. And I am going to do the same for description, but for description I am going to change it to text area. Okay, and then copy these things, value and on change, and paste them here. After pasting them here, change the value from title to description, and change the name of your field DESCRIPTIO and description. Okay, now save it. After saving it, come here. As you can see on button, I have already added the on click functionality, update task element._id, and here is the text update. So save it. After saving it, come back to your component. Here are so many errors, so refresh it, and as you can see there is no error in my terminal. Okay, so here is it. This is my task, and this is my task title, and this is my task description. So first of all, I want to add some padding here. So not padding, just the margin. So how to add this margin? Where is it? This is my p tag. It's not my p tag, it is my input tag. Okay, so input input slave, and here is it, task title and task description. So if I want to update my task, new task updated data. Okay, so if I save it, update, as you can see task updated, and if I refresh my page, my data has been updated successfully. For example, if I want to update my description, updated, and then I update it, as you can see task updated, and if I refresh this, and still my description has been updated. Okay, so if I want to update both of these, so updated title, and I am going to update both of them, updated DESCRIPTION, updated description. Now update this, update, so it is working. If I want to delete this, I can delete it. If I want to add a new task, new description. Okay, so create, it has been created. For example, I have done a very silly mistake here. Update, as you can see DESCRIPTION, I have updated it, update. Okay, so if you want to make it like if you want to style this, you can absolutely you can style it. If you want to create a new page for update, you can create this. As you can see, I have not added some styling. It is just a very simple page. There is no styling, there is no beauty in this project. If you want to make it beautiful, you can do it. It's totally your choice. If I log out my user, as you can see, it redirected me to my login page. If I login a new user, z@gmail.com 1234567 and login, this user has only this task. This is my title, and this task is created by z@gmail.com. So now you understand that one user can access only his own task. He cannot access the task of other user. For example, if he delete his task, this z@gmail has no task. Okay, so if I log out and I log in my other user, zeeshu@gmail.com 1234567 login, and this user has his own task. Okay, so new task and new description. So this was our final project. Now let's move to our conclusion. Okay guys, so before moving forward to our conclusion, I forgot that I have to show you that how to upload code on your GitHub, and how to upload backend and frontend, and how to connect them, like all these other things. So first of all, go to your browser, okay, and search for GitHub. Okay, so this is the first URL you will see. Now open this, and I have already signed up, so you have to sign up, and then you will see this interface. Okay, So as you can see, I have some these messages that Dheeraj 431 started your repository. First, you will not see these things because you have not. If you are new to GitHub, you will not see these messages. Okay. So as you can see here on the top left side, you will see your avatar, and here is an option, your repositories. Click on this, and after this, as you can see here, new. So click on this new repository. It will create a new repository. Give it a name. So I am going to give it a name, complete underscore backend underscore code. Okay, so this is the title of my repository where I will be uploading all this code. I want to upload this Express folder, Node folder, and project folder. I want to upload all this code on my GitHub repository. Okay, so this is the complete backend code. If you want to write the description, you can write it. This is optional, and if you want to make it public, you can make it public, or if you want to keep it private, you can keep it private. But I am going to keep it public because I want to share. I have to share the code with you guys. So for me, this is public, and you can add a README file. I don't want to add this file. Just create repository. Click on this. Your repository will be created. As you can see, there is no code, and here code has been selected, the code URL, but there is no code. Why? Because you have to upload the code from your GitHub, from your VS Code. How to upload the code? For uploading the code, you have to install GitHub in your system. From where you can install it? You can install GitHub in your system from here. GitHub download. I think you have to download it. Yeah, GitHub system desktop. You can download it if you want to upload your code from GitHub desktop. This application I have already installed it, GitHub desktop. Okay, so if you don't want to use it, you can directly upload your code to GitHub from your VS Code. So how to upload your code to VS Code to GitHub from VS Code? As you can see, the third option, source control. Click on this one. It says initialize repository. Okay, so initialize the repository. As you can see, there are so many files, app.js, package.js, and package.config.env file. And as you know, config.env file has some confidential data, and I don't want to share this with anyone. So you don't have to upload it. And here are some other node modules folder. Node modules are too many folders. I don't want to upload them. And as you can see, there are 3000 plus files which are uploading, 3529. I don't want to upload all these files. So come here. And what I want, create a file out from all these folders. Create a file. Okay, so just give it a name, .git ignore. Okay, so .git ignore, and here in this write /express/config. It means that I don't want to upload my config folder. Okay, after this, I want that I don't want to upload my node modules, node underscore modules. Okay, so after all of this, as you can see, in node folder I don't have any node modules, so I don't so no need to change anything here. And in this project I have my backend, and in backend I have a config folder. So what I want that /project, go to project folder, and in project folder go to backend folder, and in backend folder I don't want to upload my config folder. Okay, first this thing, and after this I don't want to upload my node modules folder also. Okay, so save this. After saving this, okay, it is done. And then as you can see, in my front end there is node modules folder. I also don't want to upload this one, so change it to frontend frontend. Save it. So my frontend node module from my frontend will also not be uploaded. So just close all these things. After closing it, close everything will be closed, and here we go. Okay, so as you can see, there are only 39 files which will upload to my GitHub. So let's upload them. Right, commit. You have to give a name of commit. That would okay, so press this button, commit. After pressing this button, go to your GitHub. As you can see, this is your URL. Copy this URL, again come back to your VS Code, and then these three buttons, click on them, and as you can see, pull push and push to. It says add remote. Yes, I want to add remote. Paste the URL, press enter. Now you have to give name of the remote. So upload, just give it a random name, upload. Now yeah, as you can see here, it is loading, it has been uploaded. Now again you have to click on this pull push, push to, and click on this upload. As you can see here, upload, click it, and if it has been, if it's successful, then this loading will disappear and there is no error message will be shown to you. As you can see, everything has been uploaded successfully. Come back to your browser and refresh it. After refreshing, as you can see, my Express folder is here, my node folder is here, my project is also here. So if I click on my project, here is my backend folder and frontend folder, and if I go to my backend folder, as you can see, there is no config folder and there is no node modules folder. Okay, so if someone downloads my code from GitHub, they have to set up the config folder, they have to install node modules. Okay, so let's move forward now. After this, this is my complete backend folder code. Okay, so if I want to deploy my backend on render, I have to upload the code of my backend folder like this. I only have to deploy this thing, not in folder. I hope you understand what I mean, that if you upload your backend like this in a folder, it will not work. You only have to upload the inner files of your backend. Okay, so how to do it? So let's see. Again, go here to your repositories, and then click here, new, create a repository, give it a name, repository repository. Okay, no, give it another name, backend, deployment, backend deployment code. Okay, so make it public and then create repository. A repository will be created in a minute. Okay, repository has been created. Now what I want, as you can see here, this is your project and this project has this backend code. So remove it from here. Okay, just copy your backend from here, and then go to any folder, go to create a new folder. As you can see, I have created a folder, only backend, go to folder and then paste it here. Okay, so after pasting your code, it is taking some time because we are also copying our node modules, that's why it is taking time. Okay, so close your VS code, we don't need it. Okay, close it, go to your backend, and now open this backend. Okay, so open with code. After opening this file with VS Code, create a new file here, .git ignore, and then in this git ignore write config save. I don't want to upload config and I don't want to upload node_modules, save. And then if you click on source control, initialize repository, and as you can see, there is no config folder or config file and there are no node modules. So commit, okay, commit this, and then come to your GitHub, copy your URL, come back here and come here, pull push and push to, and then add a remote, paste your URL, press enter, give it a name, upload, press enter, and then again you have to do the same process, pull push to, and then upload. Okay, so your code will be uploaded. It is taking some time. Okay, so come back to your browser, now refresh your page. As you can see, my code has been directly uploaded. It is not in a folder, this is the direct code of my backend. Okay, so this is the process that how to upload your backend code to your repository. Okay, after this, what I want, close your WordPress React and close your database. I don't need it. I don't need any of these things. What I want to go to my render account. Okay, so render, and then log into your render account. Where is it? Get started for free. get started for free. Now log into your render account. If you are new, then create account with GitHub. If you are already signed in, then sign in with GitHub. Okay guys, before I sign in to my render account, I just want to do some changing in my backend. As you can see, I have come back to my backend code. Here open your Explorer and then go to your where is it, controller, and in your controller go to your user controller, and here as you can see where is it, go to your login function. Okay, here in your login function just scroll down just a little bit. Here as you can see where I am setting the response and I am generating a cookie. In this cookie I have added only two options, HTTP only and expires. I want to add two more options. These options include secure, true, and same site, and in none. Okay, so same site must be none. If you don't add these two options, you will not be able to connect your front end with your backend after deployment. It will return course error. Okay, so it is important that you add these two functions. Okay, or values or options, whatever you want to call it. Copy these two and go to your logout function and also add these two here. Okay, in your logout, paste these two in your logout also. So now save it. After saving it, again go to your source control, and as you can see here it says that you have changed something in your user controller. So I have to commit this again to my GitHub. Commit user file. Okay, so commit, and then again push to and click on this upload. So after this my code will be uploaded again in my GitHub code will be updated here. So go to your repository. As you can see, I have opened my your repositories, and then backend deployment code. Open this, and after opening it, as you can see here, open your controller, and in your controller, user controller, I am just trying to show you that my code has been updated here. Okay, so as you can see, it says secure, true, same site, none. Okay, so now I don't want to okay, so now you can go to your render account, and now let's log in. Now click on GitHub. Here it says Muhammad Zishan 12378. So let's see what happens. Here I can see my previous projects which I have deployed here. Okay, so if you want to upload a new project, you have to click on this new. Okay, so click on web service, and after clicking on web services, it will ask build and deploy from a Git repository. Yes, I want to upload from a Git. So here you can see all your repositories which you have created. So I am going to deploy this one, backend deployment code. So connect. Okay, so after connecting, let's see what happens. Now it says a unique name for your web service, so backend deployment code, or you can give it a new name, that to do application. Okay, so to do application. Don't change the region and don't change the branch. And after this, come here. As you can see, it says your start command. So it says node index.js, and if I open my backend here, so just open your backend, open with code. I want to show you something, that in your project, and in your project, as you can see, you have your backend folder, and in backend folder, go to your package.json. It says if you want to start, you have to run this command, node server.js. Okay, so copy it, and after copying this, paste it here. Okay, so node server.js. If you don't change it, it will not work for you. Okay, so here it says the instance type, we are going to use the free. Okay, so now it asks that enter your environment variables. So environment variables are our values which are our secret variables. Okay, so go to your config.env, copy all of these. Okay, after copying them, come back, and as you can see, add from .env. So click on this, and paste them here. Okay, so after pasting them, just scroll up a little bit and remove the port number. We are not going to use port, and okay, there is no need to change anything. Now click on this add variables. Okay, so we are good to go. Now click on this advanced. Where is it? What happened? Bro, what are you doing with me? Okay, so just click on this back. I don't know what's happening. So let's open my YouTube. I think I lost my internet connection. So let's see what happened. Okay, I have my internet connection. There is no issue in my internet. So just refresh it. Again, refresh this. Okay. So after refreshing it, again click on connect, and after connecting, it's taking some time. Backend deployment code, and don't change anything. Yeah, here write node server.js, and here click on free instance, and then add your environment variables and remove the port number, and then add variables. And we are not going to use any advanced, so just leave it. Okay, so click on this button, create web service. Okay, it will create a web service for us. So let's see. Okay, as you can see, it is creating our web service. It says building here. I hope you can see it. Let me just zoom it. It says building. Okay, so zoom out again. As you can see, we have a URL. This is our backend URL. So copy. Okay, after copying them, come back to your folder and close your VS Code, and then open your project folder, and in project folder go to your front end, and now open with code. Okay, so after opening your front end with code, here what I want, no, I don't need anything. As you can see, in your src, in your components, in your home component, you have this URL http localhost 4000, right? So this was your URL of your backend when you were using the localhost. But now, as you can see, you are deploying your front end, your backend on Render. So this is your new URL. So how to we have to replace our previous URL with this one. Okay, so how to replace all URLs? You just have to copy this. Okay, copy this. Don't copy the / here. Okay, so http :/localhost 4000. Just copy this, and then click on this search icon, and after clicking on this, paste this URL here. Okay, so it will find, or it will filter all the URLs here. After this, go back to your render and copy this URL, and then come back, and here in the replace field, paste this URL. After this, click on this icon. It says replace all. So yes, I want to replace all URLs. Click. It says replace. Okay, so as you can see, I have replaced my URL. Now save it. After saving it, what I want to create a build folder of my front end. Okay, so run this command, npm run build. Okay, so let's see what happens. Npm run build. It says transforming building for production. Okay, as you can see, I have a folder dist. Now what I want to open my Netlify account, Netlify. Netlify scale and ship. Click on this, and now it asks for login. So just log in to your account, and it asks for login with GitHub. You log in with GitHub account. Okay, so now as you can see, here is an option, add new site. So click on this, import an existing project, start from a template, deploy manually. You can click any of these. I am going to use deploy manually. Okay, so click on this, just come back to your front end, and here you have your dist folder. Just drag it from here and drop it here. Okay, so it says uploading. Please don't refresh. Okay, so do not refresh it. We have deployed our front end successfully, and if I open production deploy, so as you can see, this is my login page. What I want now, I am going to copy this. I want to change something here. So first close this, and then as you can see, site configuration, Open the site configuration, and then it says change site name. I want to change the name, so remove it. To do a web app by CWZ. CWZ means CodeWithZeeshu. Okay, so just save this. Okay, after saving it, this is your new URL. So click on this, and here we go. This is our URL. Copy this, and after copying this, close your front end and come back to your render account. It says live that our backend has been deployed successfully. Okay, now as you can see on your left side, there is an option environment. Click on this, and after clicking on this, we have to change the URL of our front end. Why? As you know that I have deployed my front end on this URL. This is the new URL after deployment, so we have to replace this URL. Okay, so click here, paste it, and remove the login from here and remove / from here. Okay, so this is our URL, HTTPS. This URL is for me because I have deployed it. You will have your own URL. Okay, so after this, click on this button, save changes. Okay, so after saving changes, just verify it that this is your new URL. After changing, as you can see, here is a button, manual deploy. Okay, so it says deploy latest commit, deploy a specific commit, clear build cache. I want to deploy latest commit. Okay, so click on this. After clicking on this, it will deploy our backend again with the new frontend URL to connect our frontend with the our backend with the new frontend which we have deployed. Okay, so if you don't manually deploy again, it will not connect with your frontend. So we have to wait only for this now, that to see that does it work or not. We just have to work, as you have to wait, as it says in progress. So we have to wait for 1 to 2 minutes, and this is our front end which has been deployed. So just wait. Close your GitHub account because we are not going to use it now again. Okay, so close it. Just wait. In progress. Okay, so as you can see, it says your free instance will spin down and it is live. Okay, so now click on this reload this page. It will reload the full page for us, and after this, as you can see here, it says server listening on port 10,000 connected to database successfully. Okay, so you can see this in your console. After going to your general, which is your Netlify account, refresh your page, and after refreshing, what I want, I am going to click on this to do web app, which is my URL of my front end. Now I am going to enter my email, zeeshu@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. I am going to provide an incorrect password just to see that can I see the errors or not. Okay, as you can see, it says invalid email or password. So I am successfully connected to my backend, and now I am going to provide the correct password, and again I will try to log in. So let's see. Okay, so I have been logged in, and here are my tasks. Okay, so I hope now you can see that we have deployed our backend successfully. So new task updated. I am going to update it. Click on update button. Task updated. Okay, so everything is working fine. There is no issue. If I add a new task after deployment, okay, this is description. Okay, now create task, and task created, and here is the new task after deployment. If I want to delete the previous one has been deleted and it has been removed from here. So I hope now you understand that how to deploy a full stack, or you can call a MERN stack application on Render and Netlify. So this was our total video, and now we are going to move to our conclusion to see that what we have done and what you can, and I will give you some recommendations for your future work. So let's start our conclusion. I have created a PPT for you guys, and I will also provide it to you. So cover topics include introduction to Node.js and Express.js, basic and advanced routing, middleware implementation, database integration, with the MongoDB and CRUD operation and REST API. I didn't explain REST API individually, but the CRUD operation is also similar to REST API. They are similar. Okay, so that's why I have mentioned REST API here. Okay, so final MERN stack project. In this project, we run authentication, advanced routing, securing password by hashing them. We worked with JW team for authentication purpose. We connected our front-end with backend. We learned that how to upload code on GitHub. Finally, we learned that how to deploy a full stack application, right? Further learning and recommendation. Having completed this tutorial, you are now equipped with a strong foundation, Node.js and Express.js to continue your learning journey. I recommend exploring advanced topics such as serverless architecture and using cloud functions. Practical experience is crucial, so consider building projects like a social media platform and an e-commerce site or a real-time chat application. But to be honest, I will recommend you that create a learning management system with real-time chat application, with video coding application, with live streaming functionality and all these things. Okay, so these projects will help reinforce your knowledge and give you hands-on experience with various aspects of backend development, from database management to real-time data processing. Additionally, contributing to open source projects or starting your own can be an excellent way to further enhance your skills and collaborate with the developer community. So this was our total conclusion, and this is our final screen, obviously. So I will meet you in next video, and kindly subscribe our channel and like the video, and don't forget to comment. So and give me some feedback that what I can improve. So it will be helpful for me and also for you guys. So we'll meet you in next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz.